That's not bad, eh? Good evening and welcome to the Township of West Lincoln Public Works and Recreation Committee agenda for Tuesday, February the 20th. I'm your chair tonight, Mike Rayner. I'd like to read the following items before we get to the business section. Prior to commencing with the Public Works and Recreation Committee meeting agenda, note the following. Comments from the public for a matter that is on the agenda may be provided in person by attending the meeting and advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. For those individuals that are unable to attend the meeting in person, you may submit comments for matters that are on the agenda by either emailing nfiorentino@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as a public information and read into the public record, or two, by contacting the Clerk's Department to request a Zoom link to attend the meeting virtually. This meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and available on the Township website. We now have the land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of Niagara Region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattawandawunk, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the Regional Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wide stewardship of the lands on which we live. To members of the committee, is there any change in order of items on the agenda you wish to have rotated tonight? Seeing none, disclosure of pecuniary interests. Any members of committee have anything they wish to declare at this time? Seeing none, we move on to appointments. 5.1, item PW01-24, Earl Bautista, Electra Energy Solutions, verbal presentation regarding EV charging stations. Welcome to the Township, sir. You have a presentation to make.
Yes,
Are
sir.
you related in any way, shape, or form to that famous guy who threw a bat in Toronto?
I very much wish so.
I was just checking.
I've tried to use that to my advantage.
It's a small world, so you never know. Anyways, welcome to West Lincoln, and you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, councilors, and members of the committee. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Ariel Bautista. I'm the Director of E-Mobility for Electra Energy Solutions. And I'm really here to give some context, provide some information on EV charging in general, but also to be available to answer any questions that might arise from agenda item 9.1. So a little bit about Electra. Just as you know, Electra in the region is mostly known as a utility, local distribution company. We service over 1 million customers throughout the greater Golden Horseshoe region, from St. Catharines, Hamilton, all the way to Guelph, Barrie, and those regions. And that's Electra on the utility, that's the regulated side. But there's also a competitive, unregulated business that's called Electra Energy Solutions, and that's where I sit. And so that's the context I wanted to bring. And the Energy Solutions Group, what we do is we bring a variety of energy solutions to commercial and industrial organizations, municipalities, anyone who's really looking for energy solutions ranging from on-site power generation, energy storage, microgrids, and things of this nature, including EV chargers, increasingly more and more. And so if I pull it back to the organization as a whole, just to give some context, over the number of years that we've been operating, we have invested in rolling out now over 200 EV chargers across the region, mostly level 2 chargers, but also some level 3 chargers. And most of these are public facing, available for anyone to use. And over the years, we've really been investing in this largely because it builds capacity. It gives us that experience and that real world knowledge to be able to improve as the market expands and develops over time. And so specifically to how we bring some of these solutions to the market, on the energy solutions side, we are engaging with companies, organizations that are converting their fleet, or increasingly looking to convert their fleets from ICE vehicles or gas or diesel to electric. And they're looking for solutions because they want to make sure that the electric infrastructure behind the meter at their property is going to be available so that they can focus on their business. Similarly, with municipalities and transit agencies, we're very actively engaged with transit agencies, looking to support and bring solutions to their endeavors to electrify public buses. So you can imagine these are fairly large projects, capital-intensive, multi-year phased approach projects. And so that's the sort of engagement that we're involved in largely. We do this under a business model we call infrastructure as a service, which is really where we design, we build, we finance, we maintain, and even own the infrastructure and operate it on behalf of our clients or for their use over a long-term contract. And so generally that's the approach that we deal with on the commercial side. Now for the public chargers in the network that's growing, we do continue to invest. We're going to be growing our EV charging network this year. We have experience deploying chargers at a variety of different locations like community centers, arenas, municipal buildings, and hopefully schools as well. So anywhere there's public access and usage, we're looking to those to deploy our chargers. The other thing I wanted to note is that we are technology agnostic, which means we'll work with any charger technology that's the most beneficial for a particular case. That gives us flexibility, and we're staying with the times and current with how the market is evolving, because the e-mobility space is very dynamic and there's lots of change happening in the space. And the other thing I'll point just as a final point is we do like to work locally with local trades, electricians and installers wherever we go. It's good for the local economy, but it's also good for response and uptime and maintenance should any of these chargers need some servicing. So I hope that provides a little bit of context in terms of the solutions that we're bringing, some of the experience and our aspirations to continue to be active in the e-mobility space. With that, I'll end it there and make myself available for any questions now or for the section 9.1.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. Is there any members of committee who wish to address anything Mr. Batista said tonight? Oh, Councilor Trombetta.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Batista, for your presentation. Just curious through you, Mr. Chair, to other director, are these paid spots per kilowatt?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, yes, our plan is to install 2 of them, level 2 stations at the community center, and they will be, you have to pay to charge your vehicle. That is correct.
Second question, through you to Mr. Director or Mr. Batista. What I've noticed in, friends of mine that are, I guess, that have, well, the only one friend that has an electric vehicle, everybody's still gas. How do we avoid people using these spots and staying in these spots? So what's happening is, these are to help, people passing through, people charging. But what I've noticed is that people keep their cars there plugged in and use them as spots and then walk through the community center and go home and leave them there. How do we avoid staying, I guess, in the spot?
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, we entered into an MOU with Electra, and really the MOU basically lays out the responsibility. So it'll be Electra's responsibility to provide the facility, the asset, to maintain it, to operate it. The township, it just provides the space. We're going to maintain the parking spots, like winter clearance and all that stuff that we normally do. But it's also our responsibility to enforce exactly what you're talking about. To make sure that only electric vehicles park in those spots and for a certain duration. So our bylaw staff will be presenting a report to committee and council at a future date before these units are operational. So our bylaw enforcement officer will be enforcing that.
Okay, great. And thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's one thing that I've noticed that's been a big issue through electric vehicles is people just, I guess it's just, just never leaving, and they're just leaving their cars there and making that their spots themselves. So, go ahead.
Through the chair and councillor, if I can just add to that, we've been learning a variety of tactics to be able to encourage users to open up the spaces for others. These chargers are connected, and so we are able to observe and to provide incentives for them to move along by changing the rate over time if we notice that the vehicle is fully charged and now it's just idling. The industry has said, look, there's this concept of idle charge. And so there are a few approaches that we can also employ to encourage folks to move on. There's signage, but largely there is an honor system behind it. And,
correct. And it's the nighttime that's the issue where people are leaving their cars there in the nighttime and going home and it's ready to go in the morning and no one's available to actually charge. So if we can, hopefully through staff and yourself, we can work on, those issues. Those are one things of my concerns. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to whoever is the right person to answer this, I have the director smiling, so we'll go with him, and he can defer to the Bautista guy with the bat. Anyway, what is the normal life expectancy of these machines?
Yeah,
I'll start by answering that, Chair, through the Chair to Councillor Chichuk. The MOU and the subsequent legal agreement that we're going to enter into is for a period of 10 years, but I think the lifespan of the asset's probably longer than that. I don't know if you want
that's right, through the Chair and Councillor. Absolutely. The level 2 chargers that we're contemplating are, at least 10 years. Depends on the technology, but that's been our observation. And that's the premise for the duration of the contract. We do expect them to last longer. There are different chargers on the market that operate at different speeds and throughput. They tend to be, their life expectancy is a little bit shorter, call it in the 7 years, but even those ones are increasingly more robust, and you can really bring in maintenance programs to increase the life of these assets. There aren't that many moving parts, or they're not really complicated. They're really electronics boxes that can be serviced to extend their life.
Thank you. And just a couple more. What is the time to charge? Do these have different kinds, like trickle-down charge, which is slower, and then a fast charge, which doesn't last as long? I'm only reading, because I looked at an electric car and said, oh, this isn't going to be good for me yet.
I'll take that through the Chair and Councillor. Absolutely. There's different ranges and speeds. The ones that we are contemplating, the level 2 chargers, they also vary. In terms of kilowatt, anywhere from 1 all the way to 20 kilowatts generally, which there's current, amperage that goes through. Bottom line is, they're really meant for locations where people will be there more than 30 minutes naturally. So there's a natural tendency for them to park, use it, and then when they're done, they can enjoy a charge. Depending on when or how charged they showed up to the site, an hour or two can give them a significant amount of range. And most of these level 2 chargers, 4 to 6 hours typically. It depends on the vehicle and again, the actual charger itself. In some areas, we are able to throttle up to the max output, and because the site can handle it with the infrastructure. And in other areas, it's a little bit more, more modest, but that is fundamentally the difference. And you're looking at a charger that you can enjoy reasonable, some useful charging and range in an hour plus, versus the other fast chargers that are typically 15 minutes to 30 minutes can get you almost to a full charge from zero, basically.
So a car from zero, Mr. Chair, through you, a car that was pulled in, because I'm reacting to the question that Councillor Trombetta was asking, and did plug in, could take 6 hours. So you could go across the street to home, if that's where you lived, and you could go to sleep overnight and come back, and your car would just be getting ready to be finished. So it shouldn't, they're not taking up space that isn't theirs. So how do we know whether or not, how would our bylaw officers know? Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, if we're going to have bylaw watching this, and if I should have done it in 30 minutes, but I took 6 hours, how is a bylaw officer supposed to know that it's okay, and don't charge me, but charge the next car?
I'll take that through you, Mr. Chair. I think, generally speaking, we are, looking to be very transparent, and that byway, directional communication.
Sure.
We take a look at these reports on a dynamic basis, and we say, look, there are some usage habits and some folks who are, charging under a certain, like you just described, and so maybe we should have a conversation if we need to change that or not, if that's affecting the bylaws. That's where the advantage of these smart chargers come in, because we're able to log in on your phone, on a computer, and basically observe these types of charges, and you can simply adjust the speed or even turn them off during certain periods to avoid any, contradictions that we don't want to see or any behaviors we don't want to see.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple more questions, and that is because I'm just wondering, we're not going to have bylaw officers standing there, and your machine isn't going to issue a ticket if I'm not charging my car or if it's reached full. And I have no problem with this, other than on Saturday, you wouldn't have been able to park your car anywhere near that because every spot in the parking lot was full for our family day. So if we wanted to, we could put a bag over top of the chargers or something if we needed the spots for a special event. Would that work? Whoever wants to answer that.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Chichuk, I guess that'd be up to us if through Electra's permission to cover it up for a special event or something like that,
Well,
if that's what you're asking.
That's what I want to do, is I want to have
Yeah.
it clear, because our community's growing. And when I saw that the parking lot was kind of full, I had to walk from the church across the street, which I'm sure wasn't where I should have been parked. But, if we are going to have full house, we probably aren't saying, well, we're open to transients coming in to charge their car, although we want them to charge their car. So it's just something to consider as you're going through. And the other thing is, maintenance cost of charging, okay, 30 minutes. I just worry about, it's only because I've been watching these darn chargers, and I've been trying to figure out my life around how I would charge anything. And it's, if we're going to have bylaw officers that are going to be monitoring these, we have one bylaw officer, and we don't want that person going there and getting into an altercation. And if I'm somebody who wants to do the 6-hour charge and go home and have a sleep, how can you give me a hard time when I'm doing what the machine says, but yet my colleague here decides, no, I need the machine and I'm going to do 15 minutes, I'll get enough, I can get to work and back. So I just want you guys to, the reason I say that is I pulled into one of those off to 401 things, and 4 of the 5 chargers were broken because people were not too happy, or they pulled away with the darn thing plugged in or something, I don't know. But I don't want to see unnecessary abuse to your machine, but I also don't want our people to be frustrated by Joanne parking your car there all night. And I don't have an electric car, so don't worry, it's not me. So it's just a question. If you can answer them all, I would totally endorse it. And if we had the flexibility to be able to put a bag over them on a day which is once a year by the look of things, but when there was a special event, that would be satisfactory to just the things that should be in our control. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I have a question for the presenter, if that's okay. Like, I guess at the end of the day, would the rates to charge a vehicle at the community center probably be higher than charging it at home, theoretically, or?
It can be, and then through the chair and council, I'd like to answer these questions. I think the rates are the rates that are available, across the province, wherever you are, unless we change those at the machine. We can calibrate that, again, to influence behavior. But in the end, yes, these agreements do contemplate the ability to put a temporary, coverage over them. We have those provisions in the agreements because it's not the first time we've had these types of questions. They're logical questions, right? There's future-proofing concepts that we have to think about as communities are growing. And as the demand increases as well, we take a look at it from a technical perspective. If you're going to lay conduit, put some future-proofing in case there's increased demand, as an example. But part of the idea that we are looking to do as a partner is to alleviate the strain. So that's why we are looking at technology as part of the solution to avoid having a lot of engagement with a bylaw officer, for example. So we'll use the data that the chargers are able to provide to us in real time, and to observe the behavior and say, look, we need to tweak how these are using, what the charge is, or how they're turned on, or how they're being used, or when they're turned off, to adjust for those behaviors. And there's a lot of flexibility behind that, fortunately, and we are able to, as I said, key events, being able to turn them off or make sure that the extra signage is there. We'll be able to work with the township for that.
You might.
Thank you, Councilman Bradley.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of comments and a question. So thank you to the Director of Public Works for following through with this and ensuring that our community gets this opportunity. The site location seems to be, I know I read the report, it said that, you know, together you guys looked at different options. This certainly would give a customer the opportunity to go off all seasons with something to, you know, do while they're waiting for their car to charge. So it seemed like a really good location to me. And through you, Chair, to Mr. Batista, can you tell us a little bit about how the owners of these electric vehicles will learn about the opportunity within our community for this charging station?
Through you, Chair and Councillor, thank you for that question and for the comment. There's a variety of ways that we've been engaging other communities in terms of advocacy and awareness, community events. We're very active in the communities that we are at, and we're going to look for those opportunities to, you know, to put advertising and word of mouth, and to make sure when there are big events, you know, we'll have a sale. We'll say, look, there's awareness available here. So that's one way. The other way that naturally happens is because these chargers are connected to the internet, EV drivers learn naturally when they go and search on their apps what's available. It naturally gets populated, and we do that on the back end. We make sure that all of these different apps and different networks that drivers search, whether they're local or just transient, like, they will be able to see it. And more importantly, they'll be able to see it if it's operational. I think that's a key piece. We've been investing in making sure that we're understanding the operational, because it's one thing to install a charger, it's an entirely different thing to keep it operational and keep frustrations down and have them available. And so that's one of the experiences that we've been learning over the number of years, you know, with these chargers, that, you know, having local installers, having service agreements behind the scenes with our vendors, making sure that we have the staff available to respond to this growing network. These are the commitments that we need to bring to the table to ensure that, you know, it's a smooth experience for the community.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. Thank you very much.
Director of Planning, Brian Treble, you have a question, sir?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a brief statement. My bylaw staff is working on the bylaw amendment, as was mentioned earlier, with the intention of bringing it to Planning Committee in March. But just for clarity, my staff, I think, are indicating that all they can really do is enforce whether the right type of vehicle is parked there, not the length of time it's parked there. So if there's more expectation than that, we should maybe have that discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Chichuk, I did 1 second, I beat you by 1 second. Sorry about that. I just need to ask the financial questions. We didn't get to touch that, and thank you for Mr. Batista, you can help me out with this. So you buy the power grid from, let's say our source is MPEI here, is the source, and you guys, I guess, buy the grid or a piece. How does it work? And then is there any compensation to the township for the charging? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through the Chair and to Councillor, absolutely. There's so the fee that is charged to the users, you know, there's a lot of research that goes behind setting something that's according to the market and expectations, et cetera. But that fee is used to pay and offset the electricity costs that would be, you know, incurred by the building or by the site as a result of that charging. So that's the first thing. So there's no added cost there, and, you know, we have to be careful. We can't just charge, you know, out of prices that are too exorbitant. Nobody will use the chargers, and you can't go too low, or else the economics of these chargers become challenging, right? And so, in the end, this is the approach is to look at the site as a site host, and, you know, we basically use the fee to offset the electricity and to pay for the capex for the chargers over the life of the project, and that's generally how it works. Most communities, that's how we've been operating, and it's on a site basis, site host basis. You bring in the charger, you enable that charging, capability in the community, and we put on the investment as well as the risk of maintaining and making sure they're operating. Because if they're not operating available, then no one's reaping the benefits from the green electricity, the green EVs, as well as the generated income.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further? All right, Councillor Chicho.
Since you're going to be paying by credit card, I would assume, or debit card, I presume that if I put my credit card in there, it's going to know who I am, and it's going to know when I got there. And I would hope that at some point, your technology would get so smart that it would say, aha, Councillor Chichok parked there at 6 o'clock at night, and then she just didn't go and watch the hockey game. She spent the day, spent the night, and her car was charged at 11 o'clock. And that would be the kind of information we should be able to share. And either we give a ticket if we're going to be watching, your technology might be able to share that with us, or it could actually put the charge rate on their credit card. So I would like to see that we are going to get into that kind of thing in the MOU so that we're not hiring additional bylaw officers. And your technology is going to tell us everything about our bad users. I promise you I won't buy a car. I'll put the charger at home. Anyway, those are just the things that have crossed my mind as I watch and try and be deviant. No. And think about what people will do if we have them.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Thank you. So I've learned from this, and I'm a NASCAR lover, and I wouldn't have the patience for waiting 4 to 6 hours. I'd just have that great big tank and fill the car in 15 seconds, and I'd be off the road again. So this is just not in my time zone. But anyways, I can't see somebody standing around for 4 to 6 hours. Why would you even get in that situation that you're caught there in the first place? I know I have a new house, and part of the building code was that's got a charging thing in the garage that I have to mandatory by law have installed, even though I don't have an electric car. So, I mean, you'd think you'd do it from home. You wouldn't have to worry about this. But anyways, it's an interesting topic, and I guess Brian will be pursuing that in the near future. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is the request to address items on the agenda. 1 hour in total shall be allocated for this section of the agenda, and each individual person shall be provided with 5 minutes to address their issue, with some exceptions may apply. A response may not be provided, and the matter may be referred to staff. First, I have to ask Kevin, is there anybody in cyberspace that wishes to speak with us tonight?
I don't see any, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And anybody in the audience, are there any members of the public present who wish to address any items on the Public Works Recreation Committee agenda at this time? I'm sure you're saving it for the next round. But anyways, okay, we'll move forward. Consent agenda items. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial and can be approved by one resolution. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests it, in which case the items will be removed from the consent resolution and considered immediately following adoption of the remaining consent agenda items. 7.1, item PW 02-24, consent agenda items. Recommendation that the Public Works Recreation Committee, approves the following consent items. 1, information report TW-05-2024, the 2023 DWQMS Management Review Summary. Number 2, information report PW-06-2024, the 2023 Water Distribution System Annual Report. And 3, the West Lincoln Public Library Board Minutes of December 19th, 2023. Items 1, 2, and 3 shall be hereby received for information with the exception of any items listed below. Is there any members of committee that wish to pull any of item 1, 2, or 3 tonight? Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will, either 1 or 2, it doesn't matter, it's the same topic, and I do like to pull them, so.
You want both of them then? Or just one?
One's fine.
Well, we'll do one. All right, so the remainder, items 2 and 3, could I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Bradrick and Councillor Riley, any further questions regard to that? Seeing none? Oh, yeah, okay. All right, we're going to do the voting thing. So pop me in. Done? I haven't got mine. Good, yeah. I said I was good. I got it here, but I haven't plugged it in. All right. Okay.
None of ours went through? No. No? Support.
Vote in progress. I voted yes.
I sent mine in too,
Didn't work.
maybe.
It's in cyberspace.
Or Canadian Tire Parts. Oh, there it goes. Now it works. Okay, so then we move on to number one, Madam Mayor, you moved it. I need a seconder for that one. Councilor Chichak, Madam Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, each year since I've been on council, like to pull these reports for the simple reason that in 2016, when I first became a member of council, I had to attend the training session on the Walkerton affair. And I just like to take the opportunity to remind the people who are here, or the people who may watch this meeting, or people who may be listening now, how dangerous that situation could be if we did not have qualified staff who are using qualified materials and are regularly testing our water. I know that each time there's an expense of water that's brought up, or when our water bills go up, people start to question, why there's so much cost to this free water that we supposedly are getting. But the maintenance of the equipment underground, the pipes and that we don't see, that deliver that wonderful water that we could turn on our tap and know is safe to drink, really is dependent upon maintaining those pipes and keeping it done properly. And also the people on our staff who test that water regularly. And so I always feel that it is well worth pulling and just speaking for a few minutes about the importance of that water and the importance of the work that our staff do to protect us and to keep us safe and to keep our drinking water system safe and free of anything that might make our residents ill. And it's been over 20 years now since the Walkerton incident, but that training sort of left in my mind how that could have been a small town like West Lincoln, a small town like Smithville years ago, in that same situation, because it was really just people who lived in a small town doing a small town job and not being aware of some of the circumstances. And the regulations that are in place now to protect all of us were not there then, and they're only there because of what those people suffered. So I'll end there, but thank you for the opportunity to speak to that and to thank staff. And Director, I hope that you'll pass that on to Trey and his team. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, we can vote on that now. We do have joined Chichak. And I'm in. Does it work? No?
So that's the item that's hung up on, is the first one. So what's showing on my side, if you touch a vote in progress, it's bringing up the last thing we voted on, which was received item 1, 2, and 3 first.
I don't have a vote.
Councilor Trombetta's is coming up, which is why it's strange.
So I'm saying it's bring up an old one.
You're just gonna have to do it just by hand.
Oh, okay. All those in favor then? Okay, that carries. Okay, we can move forward then. All right, there are no communications tonight. Under staff reports, 9.1, item PW 03-24, Director of Public Works and Recreation, Mike DiPaula. Recommendation report PW 04-2024, Electric Vehicle Charging Stations Implementation Plan. Recommendation number 1, that the recommendation report PW 04-2024 regarding electric vehicle charging stations implementation plan be received. And 2, that council delegate authority to the township clerk and the mayor to enter an agreement with Electra Energy Services, Inc., Electra, to supply, install, commission, operate, and maintain the electric charging stations, subject to legal counsel, review, and approval of the final agreement. I need a mover and seconder for that, please. Councilor Riley and Madam Mayor, any discussions or questions from anybody with regards to this subject? Councilor Riley?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention briefly, I did a quick search just on Google there during the presentation. We do have one other charging station in town. And so this is something that is being used in some capacity. I think it's definitely a little ask for the municipality to provide a little bit of space at our community center. I know there's a handful of people who do use EV vehicles. I'm not fortunate enough to own one myself, maybe a little bit outside of my price tag, but still, I encourage this. I think this is a good direction to go in, so I just want to mention that. But for those who may not realize, we do have one in town, and they have a little bit of monopoly, so maybe this will help with that competitiveness and rates, who knows?
Anybody else? Seeing none, we can do the vote. You want it by hand, or you want to do? Can be by hand. No? By hand or what?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So mine came up because we got logged out to sign back in, so did mine work?
Yeah, you're through.
So they might have to sign back out to sign back in.
I'll just tell you that I'm going for it. Now I'll sign it.
Okay, so everybody's supporting it, so it's unanimous, I would say. All right, we'll move on, thank you. 9.2, item PW 04-24, Manager of Operations Trey Benish and Director of Public Works and Recreation Mike DiPaula. Re-information report PW-07-2024, the 2023 Water Quality Annual Report. Recommendation that information report PW-07-2024, read the 2023 Water Quality Annual Report dated February 20th, 2024, be received for information. So I don't think we need a mover and a second, and that is to receive for information. You still want to move in a seconder? All right, move in a second. Councilor Trebetta and Councilor Bell, any questions on this? Seeing none, all those in favor, let's use our hands. It's much faster than the electronic world in West Lincoln. Okay, other business, item PW 05-24, members of committee, verbal updates from members of boards and committees, if there are any. Is there anybody here that has anything they wish to say tonight? Madam Mayor?
Thank you. Just because this is partly recreation as well, I just wanted to, once again, thank staff for the good day yesterday. Staff worked very hard, put together a wonderful day filled with events for families to come out and celebrate Family Day, and I would like to thank all involved. Fire department did a great job on breakfast, did a not so great job on sledge hockey, but they really gave it a good effort. And all in all, it was a really good day. And certainly we thank staff for the work that they did putting that together.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, move on to item PW-06-24, members of council, other business of an informative nature. Is there anything you wish to discuss at this time? Seeing none.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to remind everyone that Saturday is the coldest night of the year. It's not supposed to be the coldest night of the year, but there are a number of councillors who are thinking they'll go out and walk, and Saturday night is also trivia night at the Legion, sponsoring, put on by the Kiwanis. So, one way or the other, if you've got extra change in your pocket, I think there's things you can do with it that will support the community. So, again, there are people on this side of the horseshoe that are going to be walking, so if you need to throw your money at people, just let me know, and I'll bring the sponsorship sheet over to you, as will the mayor and a few others. And also, if you're bored at night, you can come and tease your brain with the trivia at the Legion. Take care.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilor Bradrick?
I accept that challenge, Councillor Chichuk, and I'll see you at both events.
Holy mackerel. Anybody else? No? Okay, thank you. Moving on, confidential matters. There are no confidential matters in Public Works tonight, and this meeting will now adjourn at 7:10 p.m.
Okay, everybody, welcome to tonight's second portion of our meeting, Administration, Finance, and Fire Committee. I am your chair, Jason Trombetta. Please note for the public, for this matter, that the agenda that may be provided in person by attending the meeting or revising the share during to request items on the agenda. For those individuals unable to attend, they may submit their comments on the agenda by either emailing nfiorentino@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 the day of. Comments will be submitted in consideration of the public information to be read into the public record or by contacting the clerk's department to request a Zoom link to attend the meeting virtually. And this meeting is and will be streamed via live stream and then available on the township's website. A land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, as being part of the Niagara region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendourong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across the island that live and work in the Niagara region today. The Township of West Lincoln, as a part of the Niagara regional, the regional municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardships of the land in which we live. Is there any change of items on the agenda, members of committee? Any disclosure of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest? Oh, yep, that's right. Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as of right now, I will refrain from any debate or discussion around the library portion of the budget.
Okay.
I guess just because my wife sits on the library board for clarity,
Yep.
so when I get a chance, give me that form. And
That's
I'll
the only
fill it
one,
out.
Counselor?
That's it.
Okay. Did you get that, Mr. Clerk? So used to that today. I'm so used to all these years, so I'll make sure. There are no appointments this evening, so anybody here to request items on the agenda? Kevin first. Anybody in the gallery?
I'm not seeing any, Mr. Chair.
Anybody in the gallery want to discuss anything? Sure, come on forward. Mr. Crosby? Just for the record, name and address like we usually, the formality here, Mr. Crosby.
It works, Dennis. Okay, Rob Cosby, 5969 Concession 7 Road, Smithville. Thank you, Chair Trombetta and the members of the Finance Committee for having the opportunity to address this committee this evening regarding the 2024 proposed budget. I've attended the budget meetings over the past couple months, either personally or online, and I've also taken the time to review a lot of the budget documents that have been prepared. At this time, I'd like to thank township staff for all their work. That's a big stack of documents, so I would hate to think of how much time was put into it, but certainly a job well done. It's certainly a challenge, not just for this township, but for any business or homeowner to deal with large increases this past year, whether it be for labor, supplies, food, equipment. It's all going up. And as well, nobody likes to see their property taxes increase. Reality is that these increased costs need to be passed along to taxpayers, just like any business passes along their increased expenses as well. I believe that the revised budget being presented by staff this evening does its best to keep the township operating at a reasonable service level for 2024, while also being conscious of the taxpayers by deferring some expenditures to future years. It's unfortunate when we have new builds that are so low that our assessment is only, or the assessment for new growth is only 20% or less than normal, which really hinders what you can do. Because I think the numbers were normally it's a 1.5 or 1.8% increase in assessment, and this year was 0.36, I believe. So it's a large difference, obviously, and you have to make that up as well. There's two things I'd like to discuss specific to the budget. The one is around the position of a community engagement and events coordinator. So the more I thought of that, the first thing that I realized was that you have a person now that's employed by the township, just a little over $20,000 a year to manage the farmer's market. And I guess I'm a little out of touch. I thought that the farmer's market was always run by volunteers. So that was the first thing that surprised me. And the second thing is, I guess that's a part-time job that person was specific to that activity. So if in the future years, if the farmer's market fell out of favor or you couldn't get enough people, I guess you would just disband the farmer's market and that person wouldn't have a job. So now we are looking at a position that the township would be hiring for that's not just to look after the farmer's market, but also now to look after the Santa Claus Parade, those two main activities and some other things to go along with it. And to me, this kind of creates a picture I don't like to look at when we have a volunteer farmer's market that's now being run by paid staff, and we had a Santa Claus Parade that ran on volunteers for many years, and hats off to Dave Willis for all the work he did, and I don't, countless hours and hours he must have spent on it. But it seems that since Dave's passing, the committee has struggled. And so in response to that, the township has this last year, I understand through reading minutes and that, there was township staff were employed to help on parade day with different activities, and now we're looking at somebody to be hired to look after that parade throughout the year, hiring people and making arrangements and stuff. So my question then is, so we have these two main activities that now we're paying township money for, which used to be volunteer. And I also wonder, in the case of the Santa Claus Parade, what other things that the township would be asked to pay for to keep the parade running? Are there other volunteers are going to fall by the wayside? Is this going to end up being a whole completely township-run and township-funded event? And I'd be curious to know how those things are done in other municipalities. Who runs the farmers markets in Grimsby or Lincoln or whatever? And same thing with the Santa Claus Parade. You know, are we going down uncharted waters, or are we just going down a path that's similar to those other municipalities? So I would think as councillors, maybe those are questions that you should ask yourselves or ask amongst your staff to know where this is headed, because I have a fear of where this is going. Okay, and I'll just leave that at that. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is the gravel conversion to tar and chip on Vaughan Road. This project was one of 3 roads that were previously planned for upgrading in 2024, as outlined in last year's 10-year budget. The original estimate for upgrading those 3 roads was very ambitious. I think it was $1.6 million. And staff has recognized that and toned that back, cut it by 60% roughly, for a $700,000 expenditure to finish off Vaughan Road, which makes perfect sense. It's paved at each end. Let's finish it up, get it done. And I think that's being very responsible for that. It ensures council's commitment. I'm hoping it's council's commitment, but it's a commitment that this township started probably over 4 decades ago. When I remember when every road in the rural area was gravel. And there was a move gradually started that said we were going to progress, very gradually, we were going to progress to get all these gravel roads tarred and chipped. We're about 2/3 of the way there, the way I think my calculations go, roughly. I don't know, the public works director could maybe tell me something, but I think it's about 2/3 of the roads now in the rural area are paved. So as I say, I'm happy and content with that for this year. The unfortunate part is that in conjunction with this in the budgets, I see that tar and chip road improvements in the 10-year plan for next year and the year after have been totally taken out of the budget and pushed off to further years. This is concerning to me in that I think the key to this process is a gradual improvement to the roads on a yearly basis. This puts it off for 2 years. It takes it right out of the budget in the 10-year plan. My fear is that it won't, for the next 2 years, it just won't even get considered. If it was still there, at least somebody would look at it next year and the year after and say, even if it was for $700,000 or $800,000 or some kind of, lesser amount than what was originally forecast, it'd be there and it would still be in the forefront of council and staff. And this way, it seems like it's going to be pushed off for the duration of this council's term. And I would hope that council would find a way to reconsider that and at least include some kind of expenditure in the capital 10-year plan to continue on with tarring and chipping some roads in the municipality. It's come in my mind that because there's more than half of the roads have been tarred and chipped, the residents of the township that still live on gravel roads, I hate to say it, but I would say it's almost like you're second-class citizens in a way, because what I've come to find over the years is that the Public Works Department, and no fault of theirs really, but they have come to the point where there's so many number of tar and chip roads and a dwindling number of gravel roads that there's a lot of procedures that go through during the season where it's, well, we'll do the paved roads first, and then we'll do the gravel roads. Whether it's snow plowing, salting, whatever, it just seems that the gravel roads get left, we'll do them when we get to them type thing. And some people have been fortunate to get their paved roads in the last, several decades. Some people are still waiting. And I think that kind of puts, two different levels of service to the community. And it'd be great if we could keep moving to equalize that. So that's really all my comments I have at this time. I just like those two things to be considered, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Crosby. There's no doubt that this committee appreciates you coming in all these years. Since I've been here, you've been at every budget meeting, and the words. I wish all residents would come in and voice their opinion, and and give some great ideas that you have. We have a hard budget to deal with. We're going to obviously talk about things tonight. Hopefully we can get through it as a committee, but you do make some valid points. I just want to say thank you very much. Again, since I've been on council, you've been coming to all these budget meetings, and it's muchly appreciated from, at least I know from this committee.
I do have my thoughts in print. Does the deputy clerk want these for the record?
Sure, that'd be great. Yep. Okay, anybody else in the gallery wishing to make any comments for the record? Seeing none, I'll move on to consent agenda items. Recommendation Administration, Fire and Finance Committee hereby has approved the following consent agenda items. Item 1, 2, 3, and 4 are hereby to receive for information, with the exception of, and it's that kind of evening, so I'll see Councillor Chichuk, you would like to pull one. Number 4, Councillor Chichuk would like to pull number 4, so we will vote on the first 3. With the first, I'll read all of them first. West Lincoln Age Friendly Advisory Committee, minutes of January 12th, 2024. Mayor's Use Advisory Committee, minutes of December 6th, 2023. Joint Accessibility Advisory Committee, minutes of September 14th, 2023 and November 9th, 2023. And an information report, WLFD 02-2024, monthly update, January 2024. So Mayor and Council, for the first 3, I need a mover and a seconder. I got Madam Mayor and Councillor Riley on those, and we'll vote on those, and then on the first 3, yes. Councillor Chichuk. With the exception of number 4, that should be up in front of you. Just Councillor Rayner, you're not voting on? Are you voting on the 3, or you're not voting on the 3? So you in support of the 3 or not? Okay, Councillor Rayner's in support. So, thank you, Justin. Number 4 has been pulled by Councillor Chichuk. I need a seconder. Mayor Ganan. Go ahead, Councillor Chichuk.
Thank you. And aside from, I think we're just welcoming Chief Fisher back to the council chamber for the first time. Are we not? Well, if we're not, warm welcome again this month. Thank you for the report. During your recent absence, Chief, we struggled with getting reports on a regular basis. And we were asking to get a report every 2 weeks, or as we neared the completion of what was going on with, I look at this report and I'm saying, okay, you've got Station 2 is nearing completion. We heard that, and I remember Councillor Trombetta said, hold the hot dogs, because I'm going to Italy, and don't have the opening while I'm away. And so.
Summer.
Sorry?
That was the summer.
That was the summer. I think you wanted a hamburger, though. So I guess we are a bit behind. We know there's been issues, but rather than us guessing or hearing it elsewhere, what I was hoping was that we could be a little bit more explicit on when and what. So if there's a target date of December 31st of 2024, don't be afraid to tell us, because we might as well hear it from you and hear first before we go elsewhere. And if there is, I think the thing that I remember most was that we wanted to know that we were thinking that it would be done by a certain date, and that there were these things that were outstanding, and then the next reports would talk about what was holding it up if we weren't going to make that target date, and how the slippage was happening and why. I know the gas, that the natural gas was a problem for a long time. So is it still that, or is it parts, or is it the supply chain and that kind of thing? That was one of my concerns, was that we have more factual data rather than just a generality of we're nearing completion.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Chichak. Yeah, I can certainly give you a little bit more in-depth on the activity going on out there. I can say that the contractor ran into some issues with his mechanical sub-trade, which is now no longer.
You mean you fired the sub-trade, or the issue's gone?
The contractor's mechanical trade that they hired, we had some issues with them. So they are no longer with doing the work. That being said, it took them a few weeks to find a new mechanical sub-trade to come in and walk through and figure out what needed to be finished. That has been done. So we are back up, finishing up the little pieces of mechanical that needs to be finished. So we're going in the right direction. I can tell you it has been a little bit frustrating since I've been back in January.
We missed you. We were frustrated while you were away.
That being said, giving you a date, I can't give you an exact date. I'm hoping for about the middle of March right now. Another month.
So through you, Mr. Chair,
But
could
don't
we have
quote me.
updates that talk about targeting the end of March, that there are these things still to be done in order to get an occupancy permit or something, blame it
Yeah.
on the building department, and that if they don't get done on time, you can say that we have slippage because these things are still outstanding?
Correct.
That's the kind of thing we were looking for?
So the unfortunate part is, depending on how fast and the new HVAC company or the new mechanical company is coming in to finish up, will probably dictate when those dates are going to come out. I'm hoping that they were saying, 3 weeks they would be in and out, so I'm hoping the middle of March.
So that's the kind of report that we're looking for? That's what we were asking for back last year? I mean, we canceled the pavement because they were going to put the final lift on, and we went through all that because they were coming in to do that in a hurry, and they had to demolish the old building. It would appear that we didn't even have to do that because we're almost to this. You can't get asphalt now.
No.
So we've learned a lot through this building.
Yeah.
So we could have left it because the original contractor would have been able to do it in spring, and hopefully the building would have been done. So is it possible for you to put a report together that say we're targeting the end of March and that these things have to be done? And if they don't get done, there's no harm, no foul, but at least we understand that those things had to be done. The end of March was the target, If they don't get done, because the contractor goes on strike, doesn't come back, you have to get another one, there's issues with supply chain, what's the new date? And that's the report we want. What's outstanding? When will it happen? And if it isn't, when will it happen?
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Chichak. I can certainly do that report for you. Is it council's request that you want it for next week?
Oh, we have a meeting.
Yes, you have council next week, or,
I think,
or is
I
it?
think if I know my colleague to the right, that she's probably looking at it for an administration meeting. I don't know if it was ideally for council next week. Can you maybe add to that, Councillor?
If the fire chief has offered indirectly and can do one of a general nature.
I don't have a problem coming to council.
I
It's
think
not
it'd
my
be
meeting,
great.
but-
If the mayor doesn't mind, it's her agenda.
Timeframes for you,
If,
chief.
if it's the wish of council, if I can pull it together, I'll bring a report to council.
Okay.
I have one other comment. Thank you,
Floor's
Mr.
still yours,
Bishop.
Councillor.
Because the CAD system went down and will be accessible again once the new one is up, is there a target for that to happen?
Unfortunately, we're at the mercy of dispatch, because that's where they're implementing the new next-gen 911 system. So there's some systems of the CAD that are down right now. It's not affecting dispatch or getting the trucks on the road, it's just printouts on our end. So they're having some issues in their software backdoor stuff in their system.
So through you, Mr. Chair, how would someone who had an accident that damaged a farm fence or something, and the farmer wants to prove that it was done through an accident, how would they get that information, given that the information isn't available?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Chichuk, they can certainly email me or send a request.
And you can get it?
I can pull some information. I can't give you a lot of information, but I can give you some general details.
Actually, Mr. Chair, what I was looking for was, there was a bit of a minor altercation where a car went through a fence and damaged it, and the insurance company wanted a confirmation that it was an accident. So that's the reason why I was asking. When I read this and it says it's not available, how's that poor guy prove to his insurance company that, yep, look, that wasn't me, and it wasn't the cows, it was...
Yes, we can certainly pass you on some general information. I can't get really specific with it, but I can tell you that, dates and times and that kind of stuff.
That's fine, because this also leads to some questions I'll have when we get to budget. But thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I can't let you go yet. I need a motion that you're going to bring a report forward according to our clerk. So is that what you're looking for?
I'm looking for, I'd like to make a motion.
There we go.
That a report outlining the information of a specific nature of the outstanding work to be done and the projected date for the completion of Fire Hall 2 be prepared for council and on an ongoing basis, on a monthly basis going forward until
At our
we...
administration meeting?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for helping me.
No problem. Anybody was willing to second that? Councillor Riley? So is that okay,
If I can
Chief?
pull it together, if I can get the information that you're requesting,
Okay.
because I got to write it for Thursday. Yeah, I've only got 2 days to write this, so.
If there is a time issue, would it be appropriate, Councillor, if it comes to administration, if it's not possible, but at the will of the fire chief?
And/or the CAO, who could
CAO.
perhaps make an exception and let it be a walk-on report if it
Yeah.
needs to be.
So I'll get, once the clerk has written up that motion, I will have him read out the motion to the committee, and then we'll vote on that motion.
So see if this is agreeable to you. So that the fire department attempt to prepare a report regarding Station 2 construction progress and the potential upcoming finishing date for the upcoming council meeting or the following administration fire finance committee meeting.
And on a monthly basis. And updated on a monthly basis.
Until it's open?
Until then, you want to know when they have it.
So that was moved by Counselor Chichuk and seconded by Counselor Riley. While the clerk is typing that up, any comments or questions on that motion, committee? Okay, so once it's complete, then we will have the vote in front of you. Go ahead.
So I've added that piece now, so now that'll come in front of you right
Yeah,
now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And that should be in front of you. Yeah. Who we miss?
Not yet open. Yeah. And on a monthly basis. I'll go with it.
Counselor Rayner? Hand, yes or no? No? Okay. Counselor Rayner voted no. Yeah. Now you'll see the original motion as amended in front of you, committee. Gee, I would have said too bad. Counselor, is it the same answer as the previous or no? It is. Thank you. Well, thank you for that. So moving on to communications, item A0224, Jenny Galen, West Niagara Agricultural Society, request for designation of 2024 West Niagara Fair as a community festival. The recommendation reads that the correspondence from Jenny Galen, Administrator of Operations of the West Niagara Agricultural Society, dated January 4, 2024, requesting that the 2024 West Niagara Fair be designated as a community festival. In order to obtain a special events permit from the Ontario Alcohol and Gaming Commission be received, and that Council of the Corporation of the Township of West Lincoln hereby designate the 2024 West Niagara Fair as a community festival of municipal significance in accordance with the Liquor License Act of Ontario and the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, which festival is to be held Friday, September 6th, to and including Sunday, September 8th, 2024 at the West Niagara Agricultural Center, 7402 Mud Street, Grassy, Ontario. Need a mover? Councillor Chichuk, seconded by Madam Mayor. Comments or questions on this motion? Councillor Rayner.
This is held in West Lincoln, correct?
That's what it said.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, but license is spelled American. Just so that you know, we're in the wrong country.
Well, the thing is that these computers are built there, and Microsoft is, well, you're gonna have to, maybe I suggest you send an email to Mr. Gates himself, who provides Microsoft. Yeah, thank you for that. Any comments or questions on this? I got one question to either Madam CAO. Is the changing of this West Niagara, I guess, the community festival, before the fair used to be ours, now it's everywhere else. Is it through all the rest of the combining municipalities for that, or is it just because we sort of share it now, right, with Lincoln?
Through you, Chairman Trebetta, I believe this is in front of us because it's located in West Lincoln.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh, I guess I opened up the door for some more
No,
questions.
Mr. Chair, I just thought that my proximity to, or my awareness of what the West Niagara Agricultural Society is doing. By the way, there's opportunities to fund a lot of events at the fair for any of you that have not spent all that money I talked about. This is an annual request. It is, as the CAO tells you, it is because it's in West Lincoln. The West Niagara Agricultural Society blended together the Lincoln Agricultural Society and West Lincoln, and they looked for a spot, and we were the winners. And so we have the beautiful facility here in West Lincoln, and the blended name became the West Niagara Agricultural Society.
It's to obtain permit for alcohol and
gaming.
But there always was.
There always was. This is an annual thing. We get
Okay.
asked to do this.
Okay. All right. Okay. That answers my questions. Okay, should see the vote in front of you. Council Rayner, yea or nay? Oh, it worked. Okay, perfect. Okay. Items A0324, Lisa Maychuk, West Lincoln Age Friendly Committee Advisor, the resignation from the West Lincoln Age Friendly Advisor Committee. The recommendation reads that the notice of the resignation received on February 6, 2024 from Lisa Maychuk, member of the West Lincoln Age Friendly Advisory Committee, be received with regrets, and that a bylaw 2023-03, being a bylaw from various appointments to boards and committees and municipal positions, be amended to remove Lisa Maychuk from Schedule A. I need a mover from that. Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Bradrick. Any comments on, questions on the resignation, Madam Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment. Lisa actually is a West Lincoln resident, but she works in this field of advising and doing programs for seniors for the city of Hamilton. So she sort of came on our committee with good intentions, but her actual work often conflicts with our Friday morning meetings, and so she sort of, we've kept her on as an advisor for a period of time, but she's feeling very badly that she is not able to attend our meetings. So it really is very sincerely with regrets that we accept her resignation. But she has agreed to still provide us information about things
good.
going on in the city of Hamilton that would benefit West Lincoln, so.
Excellent. Okay. Any other comments or questions from committee? Okay, the vote will be in front of you. And that carries. Moving on to staff reports. Item A04-24, Chief Fisher and Communication Specialist Beth Odette, an information report WLFD 03-2024, the 2024 solar eclipse. Recommendation that the information report WLFD 03-2024 regarding the 2024 solar eclipse dated February 20th, 2024 be received for information. Need a mover? Councillor Broderick, seconder. How about this side? Councillor Riley. Any comments or questions on the solar eclipse? Nobody? Nothing? Okay. Maybe I can ask one question. Here we go. Chief, I guess now, before when I was a kid, solar eclipses were solar eclipses. We all looked at them. Now, we all, as young people, yes, we did.
They looked at him in 1979 in Nova Scotia, the guy was blinded for life.
Lunar? Well, it wasn't as restricted as it has been now. What's the difference now that's been so contentious?
Through you, Chair Armetta. I'm certainly not qualified to make that comment, or even think about answering that question, but I can tell you that people do lose eyesight, or you have problems with your eyes if you look at it when it's in a near full eclipse. So we do have special glasses that you wear. They're like 3D glasses that you can wear during that time period. We did buy glasses for staff if they have to be out and about that day. They are available.
And you bring up a good point, because before it was sort of an event. I remember, like, with glasses and stuff, even through schools and stuff like that. Now it's sort of, they've canceled schools. Everybody is preparing for this. So it's just, I know, because I know my kids, that they're not attending school that day for the eclipse, so they've canceled those days. So just curious
It is a big event. It's going through the path of totality runs from down in southern Mexico, and it comes across, and it hits the bigger part of Niagara is the hot spot.
Oh, really?
In Ontario. Anything, I would say, north of Milton, you're not going to be, you'll be able to see it, but you won't get that total effect. The Niagara region is expecting a influx of people that weekend.
Oh, wow.
And including on Monday. We're finding now that for us in our municipality, it'll be like a transportation issue. It'll be like traffic congestion, that kind of thing. So I can tell you, we're going to have 3 meetings between now and April the 8th with the EOC committee, which is the Emergency Management Group for the town. I'll bring them together, and depending on the day of, if it's cloudy, obviously you're not going to see it. So then that changes a few things as far as staffing levels and that kind of stuff. But if it's a nice, bright, sunny day, the EOC will be activated, and not necessarily sitting in full activation, but everybody will be put on notice. We're expecting it to, for us, it'll be after the event as opposed to before and during. Niagara Falls and Fort Erie are expecting millions of people.
Wow.
So they're figuring the highways and the big arteries are going to get plugged with traffic after the event. So we'll see. I've been working on these plans for about 1.5 years now. So I developed the emergency response plan for the town for just specifically that day, that the group will get to look at and have some comments and see what we can do for the day. From fire services response, my plan is to bring in crews for that afternoon. We're not sure how well we're going to be able to get around, depending on the influx of people and the day of. So for me and the fire service, we're going to put some staffing levels so we can get around. EMS and fire, or EMS and police are going to be at full capacity. They're bringing everybody in, whoever they can get, because they're expecting this big influx.
Okay.
So
Excellent.
it's supposed to be a big event.
Well, we believe all the reels and the videotaping will be taken to full effect with that. It'll be all over social media for sure.
Yes.
Councilor Rayner, your microphone?
Apparently the epicenter is somewhere around Niagara Falls, which will make the mayor happy there because he likes publicity, so he's set up to go. But it's
Yep.
like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. They're not sure when the spacecraft is going to come down, but it should be somewhere around there. And so everybody's going to see this phenomenon that only lasts a couple minutes, but for some reason they're going to go crazy over it. And a few people will get blinded because they're not too bright, but other than that, and they'll be over.
Do you have a question?
No, none.
Thank you, Councilor.
There you go.
Anybody else? Oh, sorry. Councilor Broderick?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Chief Fisher. I read the report and I saw that it was co-written by our communications specialist. So I assume, and just wanted to clarify, that is it at the discretion of the EOC that there will be various media releases to the community to give them some information and maybe some updates on the day and prior to?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councilor Broderick. Beth has got involved because she's had numerous meetings as well across the region with her communications people. The biggest thing is we want to send out the same message across the region. So any messaging that goes out will be coming to everybody to say the same thing. So everybody's getting the same message. Nobody's saying something different. So she's done a great job. She's kind of my side hand as far as communications goes. But during that day, all the same message will go out, and it'll go out through her, Beth.
So a further question, will there be messaging that will go out prior to, like an informative kind of thing for our community so that they know what kind of safety precautions can be taken to protect themselves?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Bright. Yes, that's one of the topics that we're going to discuss at one of our emergency management meetings is what days do we want to push that out and what messaging do we want to put, but we want to keep the same messaging across the region.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, members of the committee. You'll see the vote in front of you. And that carries. Okay, moving on to item A0524, interim CAO and treasurer Donna D. Philippus and manager of finance and deputy treasurer Caitlin Rapovs. Recommendation report T04 2024, 2024 operating capital budget update. Recommendation that report T04 2024 regarding the 2024 operating and capital budget update dated February 20th, 2024 be received, and that the 2024 tax levy of $9,799,910, which represents a 7.55% tax levy increase after factoring in assessment growth, be approved, and that staff prepare the final 2024 operating and capital budget report with the necessary attachments for the presentation and approved at the February 26, 2024 council meeting. I need a mover for that. To put it on the floor, Councillor Chichuk, seconder by Mayor Ganan. So members of committee, I'm going to turn it over to Madam CAO to lead this report. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. Just a few comments. This whole budget process really starts in July, August. That's when staff starts to prepare their capital plans. What council has presented to this evening, it's really the 7th version of this budget. The first draft started at a 14.2% tax levy increase. So we did our first presentation February 5th, and we listened to council, and we worked, all the departments worked to further reduce the levy. So this evening we're presenting a levy of 7.55% after growth, with an overall tax bill increase expected at 5.84%. So I will now hand it over to Caitlin Rapovs, who will outline to council the changes that have been made in this budget.
Thank you, Chair Trombetta and Madam CAO. This evening, Council is presented with the revised 2024 budget. At the February 5th special budget meeting, Council has asked staff to come back with a lower tax levy request, which we have. This presentation will outline how staff was able to find $144,040 in savings to lower the tax levy. This is a 1.59% decrease in the levy over what Council saw on February 5th. Overall, the revised township tax levy represents an increase of 7.55% over 2023 after growth. And as our Madam CEO just mentioned, we would just like to highlight again that the first run of the budget calculated an increase of 14.2% after growth. So significant work has taken place to reach the current growth after growth increase of 7.55%. We will also present some further options to council to select if you wish to decrease the levy even further. Madam CAO and I would like to extend a big thank you to senior management for their work in contributing to the revised budget. And we, along with the rest of senior management, are able to answer any questions that you may have at the conclusion of the presentation. The budget presented at the February 5th meeting required a tax levy of $9,943,950. This has now been reduced to $9,799,910. Overall, a decrease of $144,040. I'll now go over the specific changes that have been made. The Library Board met on February 8th to discuss revisions to their budget and provided 3 options. Staff have included all three options in this revised budget being presented to council tonight, resulting in a decrease of $33,000 or 0.36% to the levy. More details on these adjustments are presented in the staff report. Staff was able to decrease the library budget by lowering the transfer to the library reserve by $33,000, which was made possible as a result of removing the Smithville Library Garden Sunshade project, along with shifting several other capital and special projects to future years, such as the library digital sign and the radio frequency identification project. Members of senior management have reviewed their budgets and have made changes to the capital and special projects, which has resulted in a decrease of $50,000 or 0.55% decrease to the levy. The changes to the 10-year capital plan are highlighted in blue on Schedule A to the staff report. While there was no removal of capital and special projects, many projects were either deferred to future years or the budget amounts have been decreased. And these changes have allowed staff to reduce reserve transfers in 2024 as follows. The facility reserve transfer reduced by $15,000. The cemetery reserve transfer reduced by $10,000. The fire reserve transfer reduced by $15,000. And finally, the planning reserve transfer reduced by $10,000. At the February 5th meeting, Council was presented with a new full-time recreation position request, the Community Engagement and Events Coordinator role. This represented a 1.0 full-time equivalent increase in the February 5th budget presented. Staff have once again reviewed the requirements of this position and have reduced the budget request to a 25-hour per week position rather than a 35-hour per week position, which is represented now as an FTE increase of 0.71 as opposed to 1.0. This has resulted in a reduction to the levy of $21,660 or a 0.24% decrease. To further mitigate the impact of this additional staff request, a 0.5 FTE non-union clerk's administrative assistant position has been removed from this base budget. This results in a reduction to the levy of $35,880 or 0.40%. It's important to note that this position has been vacant since April 2022 without any significant impact to township service levels. And since that time, there have been increases to the staffing level of the clerk's department with the addition of 2 full-time roles, the communications specialist and the human resources coordinator, and 1 temporary full-time contract role, the legislative and records management coordinator, with that contract ending in 2025. There may be a need to reinstate additional support in the future. However, this reallocation of staffing budget will be necessary for the next few years in order to mitigate levy increases. And finally, staff was able to make some minor other adjustments to the operating budget, which has resulted in a decrease to the levy of $3,500 or 0.04%. So as this slide shows, the revised 2024 draft base budget presented to council tonight requires a levy of $9,799,910, which represents a 7.55% levy increase over 2023 after factoring in growth. For the 2024 budget, residential assessment growth is estimated at $32,800 or 0.36%. That means of the $718,360 increase in the required tax levy, the first $32,800 of that increase does not increase the taxes paid by property owners, including the hospital levy of $226,500. The overall increase after growth is 7.95% over 2023. And for comparative purposes, in the last column to this table, we have also included the original levy increases over 2023 that were presented to council at the February 5th meeting. As you can see, staff have reduced the after-growth base levy by 1.59%. Now, this slide shows us the estimated impact to an average resident's total tax bill based on an average residential assessment of $388,600. The overall increase of 5.9% over 2023 represents the impact that the average detached single-family property outside of the urban service area would see in their total tax bill, with all three taxing authorities included. For the same property in the urban area of Smithville, the average increase would be 5.84%. The region amount includes the levy for police, waste collection, and transit, which has increased 6.13% over 2023. And lastly, the education taxes will not be increasing in 2024. So for an average resident, that would stay at $595. To add some further perspective to this, if council wanted to lower the overall increase on the tax bill by 1%, it would require a decrease of $290,000 on the township levy, as that is the only item that is in the township's control. So as promised, we have brought forth some additional options if council chooses to decrease the levy further. If council were to approve any of these options, the result would be an additional decrease to the levy, and a separate resolution would be required to direct staff to make these changes to the 2024 draft operating and capital budget. So the first option would be to defer project 1025, the hard topping of Vaughan Road from Welland-Port Road to Heaslip Road, to 2025. So the deferral of this project by 1 year would result in a 1-year deferral to the payback of the capital reserve by $70,000. This deferral by 1 year would result in the reduction to the levy of $70,000 or 0.77% in 2024. But please keep in mind that it would need to be added to the levy in 2025. So it would only be deferred 1 year. Council could choose to defer this project further out in the 10-year capital plan, but please keep in mind that the cost of the project would likely increase if it was deferred too far into the future. And also, deferral of this project would not result in a service level change, as this portion of the road would continue to be maintained as is. Another option would be to cancel the Canada Day celebrations. This would result in a reduction to the levy of $43,810 or 0.48%. Please note that this would result in a decrease to the service levels currently provided to the public. And one further option at this time would be to cancel the farmers market, which would result in a reduction to the levy of $22,810 or 0.24% decrease. So this would result in a decrease to current service levels, and in addition, if council were to cancel the farmers market, it may impact the hours recommended for the community engagement and events coordinator role. So the three options noted have been offered to council as they would not result in the elimination of any permanent staff. Council can direct staff to include one of the options or a combination of them. The inclusion of any of these options would result in a new levy. And just to highlight a few key factors for council to keep in mind for the 2024 budget. So assessment growth represents new assessment that is brought on the tax roll from new builds, improvements, or additions. The impact of the levy increase on taxpayers is lessened by assessment growth. So in 2024, assessment growth is only 0.36%, which translates to the first $32,800 of the tax levy increase having no impact to taxes paid. Unfortunately, the assessment growth for this year is much lower than growths that we have seen in the past. And for council's information, we have presented historical assessment growths on the screen to show the comparison. Just as an example to put it into perspective, in 2023, assessment growth was 1.88%, which meant that the first $187,000 of the tax levy increase did not impact taxes. In 2023, the overall township levy increased by 8.74%. However, due to growth, the net levy increase after growth was effectively reduced to 6.5%. For 2024, with a much lower assessment growth than in the past, that means that the overall tax levy increase will have a greater impact on taxes paid than what we've seen in previous years. For every $90,800 of either an increase or decrease in the tax-funded budget translates to a 1% increase in the total tax levy. The increase in the amount needed from the tax base does not directly relate to an increase in taxes on a residential home, but rather it is an increase in the overall tax levy required year over year. Every $90,800 of expenditure added to this budget will result in approximately a $15 increase in taxes paid for an average residential home assessed at $388,600. We hope this information assists council in understanding the estimated effects of the draft budget as presented and how adjustments to the amounts needed from the tax levy impacts the average residents. And just one other important factor to remember is that the average value of $388,600 is based on MPAC data and is reflective of 2016 market values. At the time of writing this report, there have been no announcements from the Minister of Finance as to when a new assessment date may be introduced and or what that date may be. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for listening, and we are now available for any questions.
Great, thank you, Caitlin, for that presentation. I'll turn it over to members of the committee. I'm going to start with any of the comments. Do you want me to start from my right to my left, if possible? You, Councillor, yeah. You're first. We can go through everybody. I'm quite sure if we can comment on it.
Thank you for your presentation, Caitlin. I have one item that I have a question on. Well, I actually have a couple. You had three options that can reduce the budget, but none of them were very substantial. And from a 7.55 or whatever that number was, no, 7.55 is what, to take it down, it wouldn't take it down enough to bring it to a lower level that I would find more acceptable, which I said before, and I'll still hold to it, nothing above 3%. I can't support. But anyways, your options were only three. I was hoping there'd be a few more, and I was hoping the ones that would be on there would have a little more meat to them, but they don't. So we're kind of nickel and diming a whole bunch of things, trying to come up with something to divide it by 90,800 or whatever it is to try to get the percentage down from the 7.55. And it looks like it's mission impossible based on the information that we've been given, because I guess other items that may have more of a bite to it are not listed. And I know maybe that's more aggressive, but can we go back to the one that you said, community engagement and events coordinator? That individual is still on the books, is that not correct? But the hours have been lowered so that it's not quite as expensive, is that what you said?
So, Councillor, I'm going to direct your questions to Donna, Director of Finance, because she's going to be doing both roles. So she requested that, if possible.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought.
No, it's fine too, but she should just.
Questions, so that's why I'm after the presenter.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter which one. Just community engagement and events coordinator. Is that still on the books? Through you, Mr. Chair, to Donna, and Donna through Donna back to Caitlin. Okay. Why? What are you doing this for? Is this miracle?
Through you, Chair Trombetta,
Is this a circus, or what are we
This one I
doing?
can't get it, this one you can't pick on me for. The CAO requested that questions go to her, and then all of a sudden, that one went to her. So it's fine, either or, Counselor. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Caitlin.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair Trombetta, to Councillor Rayner. So the position, the community engagement and events coordinator position, it is a new role. It is being offset and mitigated by a reduction in the farmers market coordinator hours, which was presented at the February 5th meeting. So, but overall, it is a new position.
It's empty now.
It's empty, there's no dollars put in for it?
Oh, so it is reflected in the 2024 budget.
So it is, how much? Sorry, 3 years.
63,000.
Sorry, one second. Let me do.
It doesn't
Sorry,
matter. The
moment.
point is, there are dollars allocated for this position, is what I'm trying to get at. Is that not correct?
Yes, correct. So at the February 5th meeting, we saw that the impact would be $62,300 on a net basis. We've reduced the position to a .71 FTE, reducing it by $21,660. So approximately $40,000.
All right, so my comment with regards to this, Mr. Chair, the companies that I've worked with in my lifetime have also aggressively looked at ways to cut costs. Edie Smith had what they call the prosperity plan, where there were groups of people that worked together to try to find ways to make things cheaper, make jam cheaper, make pie fill cheaper. On the dairy industry, they had a reward program. If you came up with an idea that would reduce the cost of operating this, that, or the other, a percentage of that savings would go to the person who submitted it. What I'm trying to say here is, and I'm not trying to be specific intentionally, it's just the way it works out. We have a director over there that is the Director of Public Works and Recreation. He's doing 2 jobs. What I'm wondering is, based on the experience that I have in the private sector, where employees contributed to the betterment of the company for the stability of their own job, is there the possibility that we could have some cooperation among staff that maybe aren't as busy as other members of staff, that we could have them pick up some of this stuff and say, yes, I can do this, or I can help contribute to this, which is what is done in the private sector, because the bottom line is we don't want to lose our jobs, but at the same time, the only way that can happen is if we have stability within the organization, which in this case is the fact that we do it within a reasonable budget dollars. So my thought is there any way we could have staff work together to the benefit to try to make things work that would ease the pressure off the budget, and that in turn doesn't jeopardize their job? In fact, maybe there's opportunities where there are staff members that say, you know, there's a position open right now, but I can do a lot of that and I can do a good part of it. If I get paid only a proportion more of that salary, I could probably do it. So what we're trying to do is become more efficient with less overhead cost. Is there a possibility, either through the interim CAO or through Caitlin, that we can have some kind of internal meeting of some kind where we could look at situations like this, where the community engagement, if the individual has got time, maybe we could reallocate that or put one person to do 2 persons' job and the other person's freed up then to concentrate on this. It's happened in the private sector. It's worked. I've been there and seen it. Is there a chance that we could have something like that work to help keep the bottom line reasonable and staff positions secure?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councilor Rayner. So this position originally was 1 FTE. It's been reduced to 0.7. And to mitigate that cost, we've removed a part-time position from the clerk's department. So in a way, we've listened to what you're saying, that we're reducing staffing in other areas to help offset an additional cost. Staff don't have a lot of extra time in other departments to work on an event that they really don't even have a skill set for. So, you know, to ask an accounts payable clerk to help run a Santa Claus event, I can't support that as interim CAO. So what I did is I tried to see if there's other savings that I could find to help offset these costs. So we are listening, and I do listen to council when they say they want efficiencies. And this is the best approach that I could find.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not asking a carpenter to become a plumber. What I'm asking is there a possibility that there is, like an events coordinator for the Santa Claus Parade, for example? I'm sure there isn't a degree in some university for that, so they've learned over time how to do that. So why couldn't the same individual, if they have time in the township's position, also work to coordinate that as they would coordinate other things like call us for meetings or something like that? I mean, if they got time for that, maybe they've got time. I'm just saying, is there some positions here that have enough flexibility that could pick up the slack for something like that? Even though it's a new area, but it doesn't mean you can't learn it. It doesn't mean that other people haven't done it, therefore you can't do it. It means that if you put a little effort in it, you could do it, and it would also further utilize the time available from the individual, that we're getting the maximum dollar value for the employee. So everybody kind of benefits from this, is all I'm asking in that regard. With regards to other things like Canada Day, I do always have a concern about fireworks. I know how wonderful fireworks are, but you know something, you're taking the tax dollars and you're blowing it up in 20 minutes and it's costing $25,000. Well, yeah, well, I guess that's nice, but I think that things like this in an economy that we live in right now, we can have other festivities at Canada Day without spending a lot of money on fireworks and still enjoy the day. So I think there's times when we have to be a little more careful with how we spend the money. So I really would think that could possibly be reduced. The farmer's market, I'm not sure if that wants to continue or not. I'm not really sure if that's the best direction in the long term. That could save money if that's not utilized anymore. I'm not really sure on that one either. But the only thing to Caitlin, I would ask again, is there any other items that have any more meat to them, is the only word I can think of, that can be added to the list that really you're kind of cautious and you really didn't put it forward? Because we've got a long ways to reduce this down to a number that I think is bearable by most of the people in this township who really aren't. This is not Oakville. These people don't make $200,000 a year. A lot of them live in farms. A lot of them are retired on restricted budgets, and they can't afford a whopping large tax increase because we need this, we need that, we need the other. Well, there's some things we need more than the others, and the others are going to have to wait. And I know your thoughts, well, if you delay it, you're only going to have to pay the piper down the road. Well, let's take it 1 year at a time, grin and bear it, and let's try to make it bearable for the people that we're representing in this township. And I believe I spoke to Lincoln. They came in at 2.9. Font Hill came in at 3.9. St. Catharines came in at even less than that. So, I mean, there are other areas, other municipalities that have done it, and I don't think it's beyond us to try to find them, but we can't do it with these little numbers that give 0.24 and 0.45 and 0.48 or whatever it is, and we're already at 7.55. We're not going to get even close down to 4% with those kind of numbers. Is there anything else that possibly could be added? And there's only three, isn't there? 6 or 8 or 10 or something we can look at?
I'm going to direct your question, Councillor, to Madam CAO.
Whatever. The number's way too high, Mr. Chair, and the options that we have are not very much to bring it down any substantial amount. And really, you're going to have to do a couple dozen nickel and dimes to get enough to make a difference. And usually every year, we always had one that was a real big one, and it would really make a huge difference, but we just don't seem to have that.
Your question was the meat, I'm remembering because it was a bit, but it was the meat on the bone question, is there any more? Like, so I can get, we can get an answer for that for you, Mr. Councilor Rayner.
I'm sure there's a lot more, because obviously the budget is huge, and these are only 3 items. You could pick probably 20 items if you wanted, but they may say it's absolutely impossible to do this. But there must be something else that we can do that's greater than 0.24.
Do you want, it's okay.
Can we put?
It's a question, go ahead, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Chairman Trebetta, to Councillor Rayner. There's a lot of comments and questions you made, and I'm going to address them as best as I can. The one comment you made regarding other municipalities that are close to West Lincoln, those are all increases net of assessment growth. Those municipalities have all had assessment growth. If you were to look at their actual tax levy increase, I'm quite confident that in a few of those municipalities, their tax levy increase is very similar to what we're presenting to you this evening. However, they have assessment growth, we do not. So just to address that one comment about comparing to other municipalities. West Lincoln, we've had a few difficult years. Last year, as Caitlin told council, the tax levy increase was actually higher than what we're presenting this evening. However, we had assessment growth to bring it down. Another comment I just want to remind everyone is that this started at 14.2%. What council does not see is all the work that staff has done to reduce their budgets. Capital projects have been deferred, and we've deferred them as much as we can so that we still believe our assets will remain in decent shape and we can guarantee the health and safety of our residents. We do not want to see our roads fall apart. There are certain projects we have to do. We have done the best we can in reviewing our capital. The only item that really is left is cutting services. So that is not something I feel comfortable doing as interim CAO. Perhaps there are services council no longer wants the township to have. They could be internal services or external services. This budget does not go down that route. It does not eliminate any full-time staff. If council wants, if it's the will of council to have a 3% tax levy increase after growth, you're looking at eliminating staff positions.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Can I come back to you after, Councillor? I'm going to let my other colleagues.
Yeah, I think I've spoken for a while. I still don't quite agree. I think there's got to be a lot of stuff besides eliminating staff, because there's a whack of stuff on the budgets that have nothing to do with staff. But anyways, let's move on, and I'll come around the next time.
Madam CAO?
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Trebetta. Just another comment as council reviews this budget. And I think at the February 5th meeting, we presented to council some different graphs on reserves and how we put money aside in our reserves in a current year to fund projects in the future. It's just like your house. You want to do something in 4 or 5 years, you have to start saving the money now. So if council sees, oh, there's these projects in 2026 or 2027, the issue is we have to start saving for them now, and that's what's impacting the levy. We have, as I already mentioned, reduced as much as we can, deferred as much as we can. We want to keep our assets in a good shape, and they need replacement, and that requires reserve transfers.
If I can, Mr. Chair, the only thing I've got to say to that, I agree with the interim CAO and the fact that if you want something in your house, you've got to save for it. So you put money aside for it. But if the budgets are too high and it results in additional taxation to the individual, the money that they're saving to do those projects has to be given to the town for the taxes, and they won't get their homework done because they don't have any money left.
Okay.
So the concern is there's a limited budget for the town, but there's definitely a limited budget for the people out there in the countryside. And if they want to have a decent life, they can't give all their money away to the township. So we've got to try to way to make it in such a way that we're not hurting the people out there, because people are hurting enough right now. It's been hell for the last 3 or 4 years. They're slowly starting to recover, and they don't need to be hit over the head with the township.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Your microphone, please. Councillor Chichuk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, what I'd like to say is that at the outset of this exercise, our staff told us this was going to be a hard year. We heard that from across Canada, from economists, et cetera, and even Mr. Cosby agreed. This is a heck of a year. And I don't think there is any more meat on the bone unless you want to go to service levels. I think that's been made clear to us by both the treasurer now the acting CAO and her deputy. So I think that if we are going to be pulling this apart, we're looking at it to be, we're either doing cosmetics, which is to say, how much is the hospital levy? Well, let's take it out of our final number, because it's a special levy, which once we pay it won't be there, but that's cosmetic. And people are still going to get a higher tax bill than what we tell them. We have things that we could do that would change it, and maybe that's the motion we need to make. The farmer's market, we can reduce that to once a month and start it in July, because as many people will know, we don't have local produce and fruit until the middle of June to the end of June. And maybe we only go to September, the 1st of September. Maybe we don't have it at all, but maybe we find out what it would cost us to have that reduction. So if there's going to be cuts somewhere to a job that wants to be had, and the treasurer has said it to us, that it really isn't a reduction to the events coordinator, it's the removal of an administrative assistant in one department, plus reducing that, so we've got 75% of a person. Maybe we can take that down, and we should ask now of Caitlin, what would happen if we took that down? What would be affected if we took the community events coordinator down to only 25% remaining in the budget? And we eliminate, or we reduce the farmer's market. Could it still happen? The Santa Claus parade, I've heard this around the table. Maybe we say, we'll ask the chamber to partner with us. We'll look for volunteers. This isn't going to happen tonight. We're not going to know it. And yes, I understand that volunteers tend to stay away when they figure there's somebody being paid to do a job. That's still not going to happen. Canada Day, no one said you can't reduce the fireworks by $5,000 or $10,000. Is that what we want to do? There's people out there, every time you go out there, those are young kids that are enjoying it. So if you want to reduce that, I'll put the motion on the floor and let's vote for it and see if it carries. But, you know, I'm not looking to reduce. We've saved. We've reduced our work, our width of work, and we've reduced and held back people. Maybe in the wrong departments, I don't know. But I don't think we should be looking at nickel and diming any more out of this budget. And I think that the people we have are all required. And if what you want to do is an organizational review, which seems to be the outfall of what my colleague is saying, or a service level review, that's not going to happen before we set the budget. You want to put a motion forward that we undertake an operational review before the next budget? Let's put it on the table and vote to do it. And we'll go to reserves to get that work done long after we're all retired. But I'm just saying that we need to be practical. No one likes the number. I think if we're going to do anything, the low-hanging fruit has been identified by the staff. Reduce the amount of the number of market days. Maybe that will reduce the amount of impact on somebody. Don't hire somebody for the Santa Claus parade, but by golly, we better go find a bunch of volunteers. Sit still, Councillor Riley, I know.
He's next.
I know. No, I'm just saying, he's been through this. So if we're going to get volunteers, I'm sure we're not going back to the same group as last year. So if we want to do that, put the motion on the table, and I'll I'll vote with my arm. If we want to eliminate or decrease Canada Day, those are identified by our staff, and that is the bottom of the barrel, and that's where we went. I probably have all of them. I'd say that the farmers market being reduced in its breadth and frequency would be the best thing we could do, because it's not eliminating it. But I had questions to ask, but you know what? If I ask them, it looks like we're nickel and diming. And I think what we have to do with that is that we go with doing that through some sort of study. If you really don't believe the staff has given it to you, do it after this budget is done. But we got to get through this one. And we've got to get back on tar and I can't believe I'm saying this, it's usually someone else, tar and chipping the rest of the roads in West Lincoln. We've got to get back on our feet, and that won't happen until we get more assessment. So, Mr. Chair, at the appropriate time, as much as I don't want to, I mean, we can ask every other department to come up with a few more little gems, but I don't think so. At the appropriate time, I would move these staff recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. You bring up some ideas that are even running through my head, which I'm quite sure they're running through other members of Council's heads. So pause your ideas, because I think we're going to come back and maybe brainstorm amongst my colleagues here. We will probably come up with some ideas. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it never gets easier. I think you said about 4 years ago or so, on one of my first budgets 5 years ago, that it feels like it gets tougher with every budget, and this one definitely feels that way. I think in just trying to be efficient with everybody's time, I think I want to make it very clear, we're not canceling Canada Day. I think that's just, I appreciate the suggestion of an idea. I think we have an opportunity here to possibly reduce, and we've heard it already, the idea around what it could look like in terms of maybe we don't do the fireworks. But we're certainly not canceling Canada Day. I talked to our CEO here just to kind of get an idea of what that looked like during the conversation there. And so to remove the fireworks, for example, saves the municipality about $11,000. I'm sure some people will be disappointed. I'm sure some people will cheer it on. We hear mixed feelings when it comes to fireworks. And if it rains, yeah, that changes everything entirely. But that being said, I think there's room and opportunity here. So I think maybe to be efficient here, I would start by at least putting that on the table first. I would move that the 2024 Canada Day celebrations continue, and that we see a reduction of approximately $11,000 that would normally be allocated for the fireworks themselves be removed from this year's budget, and maybe start there and see where things go.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. I'll probably come back to you guys again on this side again. I'm going to head over to my left side. Madam Mayor.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. Obviously, I don't like the numbers any more than anybody else does, but I will point out that the things that we do provide, everybody is struggling. We know everyone is struggling. But the things that we provide, and I'm thinking about Family Day yesterday, Canada Day, the Easter egg hunt, movies in the park, music in the park, right up to the Santa Claus parade. I mean, those are things that people in our community look forward to. Those are free events for families who take advantage of them. And boy, they really do take advantage and come out. And I think a lot of our younger families actually do appreciate the fact that they're getting something in their mind for their tax dollar. So it actually is something that comes out of what the municipality offers for families, and I would hate to see that go. Looking for cost savings for any of those events, I'm in support of, and certainly the fireworks are always questionable, although people love them if they love them. Not everybody loves fireworks, and there is also the thought of the pollution and so on. So I think we're on the right track there in terms of trying to keep those events, but perhaps cut costs. I want to take this opportunity actually to thank the library board. I know that our interim CEO of the library is here, as is the vice chair of the board. You folks did a great job. You really do. And I very much appreciate the fact that you seriously looked, as did other departments, but I think your items were things that were really desires and things that you're looking forward to enhance the library experience. The library experience in West Lincoln is great, and we want to keep it great. But if those things could be delayed, we really do appreciate that. But I do want to tell you that we did decide today in conversation with the interim CAO that we will continue next summer in August to delegate when we go to AMO on behalf of libraries as well. We haven't let it go with our delegation to Roma. We've sort of had this conversation about one of the things that we will take to AMO. We're sure that we are not the only municipality that is not very happy about the fact that for more than 20 years, the amount coming from the province for operating costs has not changed. And so, so our commitment to you is actually to continue to fight that fight at that level and try to draw more and more attention to the fact that the expectation for what libraries provide in each and every community in Ontario can't be met realistically with what the province is supplying. We recognize that they think it's, you know, this huge over $20 million. We pointed out to them the fact that when that trickles down to a municipality, it's barely over 20,000. And so we'll continue to do that. But thank you for the work that you did for this budget. As you're hearing, it's a really, really tough budget, and we appreciate the support and the work that you've done. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Broderick?
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions, and they're kind of a little bit all over the place, so I'll try to do them in somewhat of a systematic order so it makes a little bit of sense. And thank you very much to Caitlin and our interim CAO for all their hard work over this last short period of time to bring us this report and presentation that we see tonight. One of the things that I wanted to follow up with through you, Chair, and I'm not sure if it's best to Caitlin or to the CAO, is to follow up on Mr. Cosby's questions and comments on future road enhancements. Where did this go, and how are we going to keep on top of those projects for the future?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Broderick. So, as I mentioned, when this budget started at 14.2% increase in the tax levy, we looked at everything, and we have decided that the service level improvement of converting gravel roads to hardtop, we will have one project per term of council. So we can no longer, the budget no longer has it every single year. We've reduced it to one per term, as that is a service level increase, and we need to ensure that our taxes are going towards ensuring that our current assets are maintained.
Thank you for that clarification. Through you, Chair, to the Director DiPaolo. On the reduction of special projects, if I'm reading the report correctly, there's the slope stability on concession 2 that has been deferred to a later year. Is this the same project that we had come to council on an emergency basis in 2023?
Through the chair to Councillor Broderick, no, it's not. This is another slope project, and we had it originally in the 10-year forecast for 2024, I believe, or 2025. So we looked at that slope again, and we've pushed it out in the 5 to 10-year forecast to help alleviate the increase on the levy. And we feel comfortable that, you know, we'll just continue on doing maintenance on this slope until that time that we completely repair it. But it is a different project.
Okay, that was my second question that you already answered. Now, as I assumed that you would keep on top of that and then bring that to council. I'm sorry, that you would bring that back to us like you did with the other project if so needed. While I have you, Director DiPaolo, through you, Chair, the town hall parking lot is still included on this year's budget and has not been delayed. Can you perhaps explain to us why that wasn't pushed off to a future year?
Through the chair to Councillor Broderick, we did look at moving it for like 1 year or 2 years, because based on the condition of the parking lot, I think we could, you know, it's in terrible shape and it should get done. So we looked at when we could realistically move it, and unfortunately it was only like a year or two. In discussions with our finance staff, by moving it just by a couple years, it really doesn't affect the impact or the transfer to reserves to fund those types of projects. They would have to get pushed back, you know, well beyond the 5 year, like 6, 7, 8 years out, and we just couldn't push it that far out based on the condition.
So through you, Chair, you're really good at reading my mind, so that was really my next question. Thank you. So on to, through you, Chair, to Director Treble. Is there any way that we can predict increasing the assessment growth? I'm not sure if this is a good question for you, but we'll start with you. For future years, not 2025, but maybe in or 2024, but 2025 or onwards. What do we have an idea of what our future growth assessment may look like in those future years?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Ultimately, our growth strategy that we have put together predicts that we should be achieving somewhere in the range of 250 to 290 new housing starts per year. If we get there, our growth will be a much better picture than what we're dealing with right now. As we've discussed, there are some servicing challenges that we're working through, and we're keeping you guys abreast of all of those issues as developments happen. But we're stuck right now because of the servicing limitations. So longer term, 2025 and beyond, we should be over 200 permits easily a year, and that will help immensely.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Director Treble. I just wanted to bring that forward to the community and the residents so that, that positive, shining light in the future is something that is achievable, and we're working towards that future growth in order to help enhance our service delivery, and perhaps some of these items that are being pushed off can be put back on the table in those years when we have that assessment growth. Let's see here. Being a member of the library board, we certainly did do a lot of hard work, and I think it really shows in the changes to the budget. There's for the amount that gets sent to the library board, certainly the percentage value was large and did make some change to the overall levy. Last question. Or maybe, through you, Chair, to Director DiPaolo. Do we collect data on an ongoing basis in regards to our various community events, such as the farmers market, so that we can see what is the value that we are receiving for those types of events for the tax dollars that we spend?
Yeah, through the chair, we do collect data on different types of data on all the different events that we have, like the programming stuff and March break and summer camp, the farmers market. We do collect data, and we try to present that, or we've been presenting that to council once a year, just so we could see and track and keep track of our some performance measures to see what value we are getting and what changes we can make. So we do provide an annual report on all of our recreation events. This year's report, we're hoping to bring it forward April or May. Ideally, it would be nice to bring that forward at the end of the year, but just by the time we collect our data at our year end, it's not until April or May. But we do bring it forward once a year.
So when the time does come, I think it would be valuable to put a motion on the floor to look at that community event coordinator position and perhaps suggest and look at it being a temporary position but not a permanent position, so that we can utilize that to collect data, look at where the value is, so that we are not, and that organizational review that Councillor Chichuk had mentioned can take place, and we can utilize our new management as we go forward with a new CAO, so that we can look at where we can maybe perhaps gain hours and staffing from other departments, and not necessarily saddle new management with a new permanent position. Also, I would also suggest that we could and maybe it already exists in that job description or possible new job description, focus on grant initiatives and donations as part of the, that position, so that it helps sustain it into the future. And that's all for now.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, just members of committee, Councillor Riley suggested one about the fireworks. Now you wanted another motion as well. So what I've done, instructed the clerk just to put it in one right now, and then he'll read it out, and then we will decide as a committee, yay or nay, if that's okay with the members. Instead of having all separate motions to vote on,
Great.
we'll just compile it in one. Councillor Bell.
Well, I must say, it sucks being the last one of the six very wise.
Well, I still got me. I'm the
councillors.
last one, right?
They have everything out there. I will agree with what they've all been saying. It's all very good stuff. The one thing I would like to see is the event coordinator. We have a lot going on in different areas, whether it be with the young kids, seniors, and everything in between. And I think we should look at that position as, instead of reducing the hours, maybe increasing the hours, so we can really get full use out of that position. Everything else I do agree with. And I think that because we're a growing community, we have to move forward with this instead of delaying it. You know, the pace we're going is good right now, but you're going to see over the next year, we are going to grow, and we're going to grow real rapid. And I think our building department can attest to that when the time comes. Right now, the way we are right now and the way we're positioned, I think we're ready for growth, and we're going to welcome growth with open arms.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. I have a few comments, if you don't mind, the committee, just so I can add my comments for the record. A lot of good points have been made. Councillor Chichak brought up about the farmer's market. The farmer's market, I agree that maybe it can go down to one day a month, or maybe just July and August, but we haven't came up with the day. I was never happy with the Tuesday, I'm just being honest, and I don't think it was as successful as the Friday that we had. So we need to come up with a day. Well, I would love Saturday morning. I used to go in Europe, there was always Saturday morning, 10 a.m. So I'm all in favor of Saturdays or back to Fridays, whatever works. But we as a committee need to come up with the proper day to be sufficient to run the farmer's market. So my first question is to Madam CAO, how do we pause at this moment? Because we don't even have a day we don't even have a date. We don't know if we're going to do one a week, if we're going to do one a month, until we come up with it today. So we have to come up with it today, or we just pause, or how does it, or do you adjust the budget? How do we, I got many more questions to follow, and I know you guys are going to ask many more. Go ahead, Madam CAO.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta. Unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with the farmer's market. I do know that Tuesday was the date that was set, and I believe the coordinator of the farmer's market at that point, I believe it was in consultation with the people that attend the farmer's market, agreed on a Tuesday. If it's reduced to one day a month, I don't know what the savings would be, honestly. I don't know if the Director of Public Works and Recreation has more information. I wish I could answer you a little bit better. I really don't know if there would be savings.
I'll direct it to the Director of Public Works. If we do July and August, well, usually the farmer's market, Councillor Chichak, how long does the farmer's market start? May to September? May to October?
Late May.
Late May?
There's special markets. We normally run a few special markets through the year, Easter, Christmas, and a few other things. But the market starts in late April with very little being shown, and then the real market starts in, I'd say, July, the first week of July.
So if we do, like Councillor Chichak, maybe 1 day or 2 days a month in July and August, what reduction do we get through that, Mr. Director?
Well, I would have to try to figure out what we did in the past, what we're doing moving forward, and see what the delta is. But I think the
So
bigger
budget-
question,
So if the budget cost is, what's the budget cost in the budget to take it out completely is 20 grand? Is it gonna cost 6 grand, you'd say? 10 grand? Like, can we work on something, maybe just to throw some ideas if possible? I still got some more.
To your point,
Well,
before you
it-
start squeezing this, because no one knows, and I feel that.
well, we
I
have to
feel-
figure out, like, how many hours we need that event person to work, to figure out what the delta is.
Okay.
But sorry, I think I cut Councillor Chichuk
So,
off there.
that's one thought I have of mine. The Santa Claus parade is, and Mr. Cosby said it best, they don't make them like Jeff Willis. Dave, sorry, Jeff says, I'm sorry, Jeff's his son, and I've talked to Jeff, it just slipped, sorry about that. They don't make him like Dave Willis. You know, and it's hard to find, you know, speaking with Councilor Riley, it's hard to find volunteers to run the Santa Claus parade. I don't want to see it go. I've also thrown out a suggestion, you know, what if it's, you know, and I'm going to throw this out, what if it's a paid volunteer? Like, why, you know, maybe that volunteer, there's an incentive for a volunteer to attract more people. Let's face it, people are not, and it's not just this community, it's everywhere. It's really hard on a lot of people to give up their time, their gas, their, you know, rushing from jobs. It's costing people money. Instead of, you know, the Santa Claus parade is, sorry, it doesn't say how much. Wouldn't be specific, but if you allocate, you know, $6,000 and you have 3 volunteers getting paid $2,000 as a bonus at Christmas time, maybe that attracts people to come and do it. I don't know. I just thinking of ways that we can kind of save to kind of maintain. So I'm just throwing that out there, councillors. I don't want to see it go, but maybe, you know, if an ad does go out saying that, you know, it's a paid volunteer position, it starts this date, and at Christmas time, it's to be, you know, have as many meetings you have, here's a little bonus at Christmas time. Maybe that attracts people to work harder and do it. I don't know, but I don't want to see it go. So, and we have to look at ways of saving. Maybe that's one way of doing it, right? Now, Dave will be like, well, hey, you know, he wants all his retro from all those years if he was, you know, still alive. He said, well, I did it for fun. Well, he doesn't get it now, but again, I think times are changing. People's times are valuable, and things are tough. Like even gas is tough for people, and that nickel goes is hard to just waste. So those are just 2 ideas that I'm having, and then maybe, you know, we can really reduce the events coordinator position, right? So just throwing it out there, councilors. I don't know if you guys want to add to what I'm saying. If there's anything. I'm gonna go back, so those are just my comments, I might have some more, but I'm gonna go back to my right and back to my left, because people are gonna wanna to weigh in here, so I'll start with Councillor Rayner, anything?
It's just that we're all fighting to try to find the number. And News Now a month ago already had the number.
I should have.
So I'm just wondering, why don't we bring them in, since they know how to do it, and ask them how they got us down to 2.71 when we didn't even know what the number was yet. So obviously, they know a lot more than we do. We're frustrated tonight. We don't know where we're going to end up. They know where we're going to end up. I didn't even know that, so maybe we should ask them how to do it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chichuk?
Thank you, Councillor Trombetta, or Mr. Chair. I think that I've heard a number of things. And I have a question before I'll say what it was that I'd like to know. But there's a fire filling station in the 2024 budget. I believe we have one of those in Station 1. And so I'm putting this through the CAO to the fire chief. But if that means that we move the fire filling station, because it isn't opened yet, but we have one at Station 1, I know it's not good economics to have only one and have people moving back and forth. But that's why I wanted the number of fire-related emergencies called out from Fire Station 1, which we don't have. But if it's possible, and I think I asked this before with no regard for the budget, we could get the filling done in Station 1 instead of Station 2. Could we do that until 2025 and move the $90,000 out of this year. It's false economy, but it does take a portion of that cost out of the budget. I'm asking it because,
So I'll direct your question to the CAO.
thank you.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Chichak, sorry. So the project you're speaking of has a $90,000 budget, and it's, so I can speak financially. I can have a look to see what we could reduce the fire reserve by if we were to move it 1 year. However, I would, ask the fire chief to comment on what that may mean to health and safety or to operations if that's moved 1 year.
Well, that's actually why I was looking at the fire chief, was I was hoping he would answer it.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Chichak. It certainly becomes a health and safety issue. With the bunker gear washer, it's certainly, their gear needs to be clean because it holds in fire contaminants. They actually, to be totally honest with you, they shouldn't be having it in their personal vehicle because it contaminates their personal vehicle, which they use right now to go to calls. So from a health and safety perspective, it's probably not the best thing to push out. And I don't know how much, the Director of Finance can probably tell you what that impact would be on the transfer from fire reserves or to fire reserves, but I would venture to say it's probably not much. But
I'll get the answer from you about the health and safety.
Yep.
I'll hear it, but when we asked this, when the station was being postponed, we were told that wasn't in yet. So I'll get the financial stuff from the financial person.
So I will make one more comment. The reason that it was originally in the cost of construction, there was a number of things that were taking out, and that was one of the things that was taken out.
So while the bean counters think about what it would take out, and I'm not saying it's out, so I heard that there's a want to reduce the number of days for the farmers market, and I did find that reduction in the levy of canceling the farmers market was $22,000. That was for the whole thing. And if we went down and took that, breaks my heart to do any of these, but you wanted $6,000 for a Santa Claus parade, and if we took the farmers market down to, whether it's for 2 months, and I think that would work better because then it's every Friday, Saturday morning or whatever, then it wouldn't be as much a question. If we reduce the event coordinator by another 25%, that's $20,000 down. You've got $6,000 for the Santa Claus parade. That would take you down $14,000, and you would have the Canada Day. You've suggested the Canada Day elimination of fireworks completely for $11,000 without anything more coming out of fire. It would mean that we would only have 0.5%, but that would change things that would reduce a service level, which is not what our staff wanted to do. But these are the least impacting of anything I could see, and I could support those. And I understand the fire gear. When you come back from a fire, couldn't you put them in a truck? We got lots of those and take them over and wash them. But hey, I'm not the fireman. I once wanted to be one, but then I felt the weight of their equipment, so forget it. And if it's not that much, then we've really only found $25,000. Unless we find that we can reduce the event coordinator even further, but that may be false economy. So we did take the fireworks. That's 11,000 plus 20 is 31, plus 6 would give you 25.
Over 90,000, it's nothing.
But the fire chief is saying, don't do that. So the only thing I would say is that, and I know that the staff do this in finance, is that no new FTEs would be added anywhere in the budget without coming to council and telling us they need the FTEs, which we would approve.
Yes.
So could I just ask a further question about what Councillor Chichok was speaking about, please, Mr. Chair? So I went back to fire services and the report, and I understand that last year there was a concern about the washer and dryer and stuff for equipment, so I certainly understand that safety aspect. But I thought that what Councillor Chichok was referring to was the cylinder compressor and
That's it.
filling station, which has nothing to do with washing equipment. That
No.
has to do with refilling the tanks, does it not, Chief?
That was what I was asking about.
My apologies. Yes, the air compressor that you see in the 2024 budget was taking out of the cost of construction. It was in the cost of construction, and when it escalated to a point of 1.4 million more than we anticipated, we took a number of things out, and that was one of the things that we took out was the washer and dryer. We took out the washer and dryer and the air compressor unit.
So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry.
And the point is, what would happen if we took it out again?
So
For a
further
year.
to that, not the washer and dryer, because we
compressor.
appreciate that that's a health and safety issue. But since we don't have that building operational yet, would it be possible to consider, when that building fully is open, that it waits 6 or 8 months or whatever after the time frame, and then in the 25 budget, we aim to put the $90,000 for the cylinder compressor and filling station? Because it's my understanding that it would not be convenient, but it would be possible for those tanks to be refilled at Station 1.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, to members of council. Yeah, we could push it out a year. I wouldn't push it out any more than that, but
No.
a year would be suffice.
No,
We
I
also
wouldn't
don't want to
suggest
push out.
more than a year either, Chief, so I think that, but if that would be, as long as that is something that actually is on the levy, then that's a reason. If it's not, if there's some other way that that's being handled, that would be different, but,
Okay.
thank you.
So I have Madam CAO who wants to add to that, and then I got Councillor Riley.
Yeah, through you, Chairman Trombetta. So if that project, the cylinder compressor and filling station for Station 2, Project 1120, it is partially funded from development charges and fire reserve. If that is deferred to 2025, I would feel comfortable enough to reduce the transfer to the fire reserve by 15,000. So the transfer would, to the fire reserve would be 360,000 as opposed to 375,000. So we could reduce the levy by $15,000.
Not big nuggets. Councillor Riley.
All right, thank you. It feels like we're chiseling away here.
It's our job, I guess.
Yes, yeah. I feel like there's a few things here. One, I want to go back to something Councillor Braddock brought up. I might have missed something, so I guess I'm primarily seeking clarity. So through Mr. Chair to our Director of Public Works. So the 36,000, if I saw it here correctly, for the so that's the window replacement. What was? Can you remind me? What was the cost of the repaving the parking lot? 175,000. So my question to you is, I realize it's not the best looking parking lot, but it certainly isn't a hazard. I don't really see it being something that needs to be prioritized, in my personal opinion. Obviously, I'm not the professional here, but when I look at the condition of some of the other roads that we have in our community, I'd put that one on the bottom of the list. So quite frankly, I would prefer we defer that to a later time, and even if I'm sure even if it has a small impact on the levy this year, I don't see that being a priority this year. So I guess to you, Mr. Chair, to the Director, if you could
Go ahead,
just
Councillor
speak to
Riley.
that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Director.
through the chairman, yeah, as I said, there's certain areas of the parking lot that is in, poor condition, other areas of better condition. Yeah, as I said, we can't defer it too late, but if we want to defer it 1 year, I'm comfortable doing that. I just don't know what the impact would be on the levy, and I'm not sure if if those numbers can be crunched
Just get an
tonight.
idea what the
Madam
savings would
CAO?
be.
Through you, Chairman Trombetta. So the parking lot is funded through the capital reserve, and council may remember that the capital reserve, when we presented at the February 5th meeting, we're anticipating that it will be in a negative position. I think it was in the years 25 and 26 or 26 and 27. It's still going to be in a negative position in those years. It's not as bad because staff have moved projects. So if this project is moved 1 year, I would not recommend making any changes to the transfer to the capital reserve, knowing that it's going to be in a negative position in a few years. So I would not change the transfer to the capital reserve. The only way I would is if you'd actually remove the project completely from the budget.
Okay, which was going to be my next question. I realize and I hear you saying parts of the parking lot aren't great. We all park in the parking lot. We've all seen it. But at the same time, I don't see it being a real liability or a hazard. And please correct me if I'm wrong. So I would be in favor of removing that entirely for the time being. Let staff come back at a future date when they say, hey, listen, whether that be this term or next term, and say this needs to be addressed and needs to be addressed in this budget. And then we deal with it then. And that way, we'll have a little bit more removed from this budget because I just don't see that as a priority.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
But wait a minute.
That's what I just asked.
Councillor?
Yeah.
You still have the floor.
Oh, sorry. So, yeah, so I guess I'm still trying to see, okay, so if we remove it entirely, so through you, Mr. Chair, back to our CEO, can you just confirm what that savings would look like? And then I will go to my next.
Through you, Chair Trombetta, I think we may have to have a recess, perhaps once council has all their thoughts, we can recess so we can look at the numbers and what the impact would be.
Thank you. And so then I did want to mention, so we're trying to figure out where we're going with this event coordinator position. And I do think it's important to mention, you know, as myself as well as yourself, Mr. Chair, you know, we have some of the younger families on council here. And so I know you've been there, I've gone there, most of us on council have gone there, like the Easter market, the Christmas market, all the different markets, really bring the community together. And I think it would be a real shame if we get ourselves into a situation where we're kind of doing the opposite of what many of us campaigned on and stood for, which was bringing the community together. I feel like, you know, as we go and put these at risk of not creating these opportunities for the public, you're going to create a little bit more of that division or at least that separation that the community so desperately wants and need. And I'll speak specifically to Family Day. Family Day, there was like, my goodness, there must have been more than a couple thousand people there, maybe throughout the whole day. I don't know. It was an overwhelming amount of people that actually took part. They were enjoying themselves. There was something for everybody to do, you know. And so when you go and look at what these other things offer the community, I think it's really important that we still try to capture that and what that looks like and where that responsibility falls on to who's going to manage it is I guess the difficult part here. But I'd caution us to be careful not to do too much damage in that particular area because again I feel like it's just like we're not canceling Canada Day. Is this something we're bringing the community together for? If we have to do without fireworks this year, we do without fireworks. But again, I'd rather us put more focus on trying to bring the community together and then worrying about these things that are not going to make any real major difference in the tax base there. So I would ask that we keep that. I don't know if it's what that looks like for that position. It sounds like we probably need to have a recess here to kind of get the nitty-gritty of that figured out. But I would ask that we trade carefully, or if we do the once a month or whatever it is, that it still allows the flexibility that can be done the Easter market and Christmas market, because I do know those are well-attended events, and not just the summer ones that are attended. I guess the other thing I wanted to mention was in relation to, can I get the screen back up? I think we were talking about, I want to speak, I guess, to a little bit about the Christmas parade, or, you know, we keep making it seem like this position is just for the Christmas committee, and it's not. One part is, I know there's a great idea about what does it look like to compensate some members of the committee. I think this is something that needs to go back to the committee. It needs to be compared to even what their terms of reference look like and how that would have to be rewritten. I think it would have to be allocated to positions, because right now, you know, the position, I think there's about 9 to 11 volunteers that are ideally required to make that committee a success. Everyone has different hats and responsibilities, and looking at who's going to get compensated and who's not, whether it becomes a general thing and everyone gets a per diem, or if it's something that you're going to target 1 or 2 people, I think is a discussion that the committee might need to be, the current remaining members of the committee should be consulted with before we go and make that commitment there. So I don't think we can really deal with that unless we're looking at just, I guess, overhauling that entire committee, which we would have to make that decision tonight too. So I caution that. And then, again, I guess just lastly, I hear the concerns, Mr. Crosby there, spoke very eloquently and very passionately, with the commitment to ensuring that we're, whatever we do this year, we're not, handcuffing ourselves or cutting ourselves short in future, down the road, for lack of a better way of phrasing it, for future tar and chipping. And I get where he's coming from, and I understand that concern. And I think, if we deal with this responsibly, we'll still be able to address that. But I would be in favor, as a 1 year, 2 year, hiatus on the current plans before us that staff have suggested as an option to reduce the levy this year and have it pick up in the following year. So I just want to mention that. I think, I know there's residents there that are desperately waiting and long overdue, but at the same time, everyone's looking for a little bit of give and take. And I think, if we can just stall that last one just for another year, it's going to buy us a little bit of relief, and it's going to help some other members of the community deal with the, the cost of inflation in this, abnormally high budget.
Thanks, Councillor. Madam Mayor, anything?
Nothing further to add at this time. I think that we need to give our staff a chance to look at where we are now and the kinds of suggestions that people have already made, so that we have an idea before we debate this any further, whether we've actually made any difference at all to the levy that's recognizable. Hopefully so, but I reserve my comments for later.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Broderick?
I agree with Madam Mayor. I think we need to give staff some time to do the math, and then we can put our heads together after which.
Okay. Councillor Bell?
Yeah, staff has a lot to work with. I'd like to see them come back in about a month, taking what we've put out there and kind of give it back to us as a first stage review, and then we can continue on, because I've got stuff here, but some of it's been touched on, some hasn't. So I'd like to see kind of where we're at and keep building off of that. Hopefully, within 6-8 weeks, give staff council's report where we'd like to be, and let them put something together and bring it back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So, Madam CAO, we'll take a bit of a recess. Is that okay? Is that what you're looking for, or just a pause? Sorry, just which one?
Thank you, Chairman Trombetta. I think we need clarification as to exactly what council is asking, because I have two items that I can work with.
So members of committee, councillors, hold up. I have the clerk who wrote out all the wish list of council through the comments. So if it's the will of committee, I'll get him to read it out if that's okay. Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
So just please note, so these items, some of them might be contradictory. You might have to decide what you would like to pursue right now, just to give some numbers. And also, I'm not including any type of organizational direction, just because that's not an allocation of dollars, so it would be too hard to quantify for the CAO. But that the proposed operating and capital budget found within the recommendation report T-04-2024- regarding the 2024 operating and capital budget update be amended by the following items. A, reducing the Canada Day celebration fund by $11,000.
Okay.
Alter the proposed events coordinator position from a permanent position to a temporary position.
Okay.
Alter the proposed events coordinator position from a permanent part-time position to a full-time position.
No,
I know it's contradictory.
Yeah,
that's
okay,
what you're going to have to
that's what he
decide.
said. So he's just going to read through it. We'll adjust it.
Yeah.
He was just taking everybody's comments, and we'll adjust them. I know it's, like he said, it does sound contradictory, but we're going to go through it.
Yeah. Introduce 3 paid positions for the Santa Claus Parade. This is the volunteer positions, which would replace the special events coordinator position. Postpone the cylinder compressor unit / water filling unit until 2025. And remove the parking lot rehabilitation item completely.
Okay. I didn't see the farmer's market on that at all.
Reduce it to occur
So,
on special events and only for July.
so okay, so if the director can quantify that reduction offhand right now, then I could.
CAO?
Right.
Thank you, Chair Trombetta. So I don't know a lot about farmers markets, but I would imagine that if it's reduced, you may not have as many vendors wanting to come to the market. That's my one item that I would caution. If you do it every week for 2 months, perhaps you would, but I think if you're saying we're going to have a farmer's market, once a month, I don't know if you would have the same amount of vendors.
I think we threw
Okay.
we threw a bunch of options out, but I think the consensus was that July and August weekly. July and
Okay,
August.
so,
And special occasions, I think, like Easter
Okay.
or Christmas.
So to be honest, I don't know if we would know what the impact would be to the budget if
Okay.
that reduction is made.
So I can make the recommendation to reduce farmers market hours, but as I noted, I don't think Director DiPaolo will have the ability to figure out that number, what that reduction would be, subtracting all of the regular days and just doing the special event days in July. We can kind of guesstimate and just suggest that half be reduced, but
Okay, that's a start. That's good. Yep. So 11,000 down to 11. Madam CEO, I shouldn't throw out numbers. But.
I caution council that $22,000 of the farmer's market, that includes staffing. So I don't know if tonight we would know if the farmer's market is reduced to 2 months, what that would do to the staffing that's allocated to the farmer's market. I don't know what that would do.
It won't reduce the staffing hours?
I don't know what it would do. I
Okay.
don't, it may, but I don't know how much.
Okay. Okay, you have that in there, Justin? Of course.
like, you want the total list?
Well, we're gonna have to
Yeah.
start cutting out where it sounds redundant, right?
Yeah, so this is where you're going to have to cut out some redundancies as counselors. So the first one, reducing the Canada Day Celebration Fund by $11,000.
Okay, now that, members of the committee, I'm just gonna get a nod of heads if that's okay. Is that okay? Okay, that's good.
Alter the proposed events coordinator position from a permanent position to a temporary position.
That's okay, yep, that's good.
We're not committed to anything, we're just looking at the numbers.
Correct,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah. Alter, so I guess that would change this one. So this one would be struck through, but I'll read it anyway. Alter the proposed events coordinator position from a permanent part-time position to a full-time position. I'm guessing
So that
no.
one is out, yes. The
Okay.
will of council looks like it's out.
Okay,
You're
let me
gonna
just
delete
that. Introduce 3 paid positions for the Santa Claus parade, which would reduce the special events coordinator.
So I don't even know how they, I think at this point, we just leave that out.
Well, I think because again, the contradictory be like if the events coordinator is in there, like we're saying, then that doesn't help with the idea that I was thinking of paid volunteers.
Yeah.
So that can, so right now, that can get cut out because
Okay.
we have the events coordinator.
We
in there.
can always re-add it
Correct.
if we don't like where it
Correct.
landed initially, but I'll delete it for now. We can reintroduce it later. Postpone the cylinder compressor unit / water refilling unit until 2025.
Members of the committee? Yep.
Okay. Remove the parking lot rehabilitation item completely.
No, just for a year. So I'll come back.
And then finally, reduce farmer's market budget item by half. Sorry, I got waved down.
Okay, Madam CAO?
I can email these.
It's the parking lot, just confirmation, is it to be removed completely or deferred to a time in the future?
It was, so my request was to have it removed
We-
indefinitely, and then we could have.
Microphones. Thanks,
My-
Bruce.
Just clarity to what I was, I guess, saying there is I was looking for it to be removed indefinitely until staff felt it was an appropriate time to bring back to council. This was not just a yearly basis thing. This was just to remove it completely off the docket here.
Okay, to remove completely. Do I have, Councillor Bell?
You may want to check with Mike on that because the spots are part of it.
Microphone, Terry.
There's, you might want to ask him because some of it has to get done before the winter comes and the rest of it's not too bad. Sounded like he was willing to postpone it for a year,
Mm-hmm.
but not totally wipe it out. So that would have been a buy him.
Okay, that's just a point, just so you know, Director, so, Councillor?
Mr. Chair, just with regards to that parking lot, I know down in my area, Glacier Center Road was severely damaged when they were doing 14 Road with heavy trucks coming from the region. And they've got a unit that we have now that does the repairs to the shoulders. And they actually went out and repaired the middle of the road with it, and it's still lasting 3 years, 4 years later. So if there's spots in our parking lot here that are of similar condition, I'm sure we have the truck that can do a very appropriate patch that could get a lot more life out of this
Well,
driveway, because we've already got examples of a heavily used road that has stood the test of time using the patching systems that we have available.
Counselor, we hear you, and not saying that you're making any incorrect suggestions, but parking lots drain to center catch basins, which the grade for that to do is a little bit different. So, again, we have Counselor Riley's idea on the floor,
Okay.
so we'll have to just leave it at that at this moment. Sorry,
Mr. Chair,
can I just go to the director real quick, Counselor, if
yeah,
that's okay?
I'm making a correction, but go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Counselor. I mean, Director.
I just wanted to clarify the one thing, the events coordinator position, the note said from a full-time position to a part-time,
Yeah.
but it's already presented at
Thank
a
you.
part-time position, so it's going to be reduced.
That's what you,
That was my point. It's
Yeah.
already in the updates to the 2024 budget. It's gone down by 2.4.
So,
So take it down to 5.0.
so the direction that I had written down here was alter the proposed events coordinator position from a permanent position, meaning that it would be on staff indefinitely, to a temporary position. So I'm assuming the finance folks can correct me, but that would be on contract or just by a set amount of time. So that was the alteration that I was stating. So if we want to reduce hours, I can change.
No, what I said was, I said I wanted, it was already temporary well, how did you go down to $21,000 and reduce it by 24?
It went from full-time to .71.
Oh, well, then we're doing it was to go to part-time, and it was to reduce that further to 50. This is now at .71 to go to .50. So it's a half-time, part-time position. You can do that any way you want. 2 days one week,
think
3
we're-
days the other. But that's what's there. But we're also trying to reduce the workload by minimizing the market and the different events.
okay. So you can reread that.
So I
Mr.
can add an additional amendment that would see that reduction into .5 instead of the .71, I believe, which
Sorry, I thought I
would
said
still make it exist if the rest of council still agrees as a temporary position, so contract, but it would be the reduction that Councilor Chichuk stating to .5.
Okay.
So if that's as an additional amendment.
So with these bullet points, members of committee, this is what we're going to give back to staff at this moment. We'll pause, and they will give us a denomination on the reduction on this, if that's okay, council. Is that okay, Madam CEO? Okay, so we'll, no, I think we'll just recess for about, 15 minutes on? Yeah. We'll take a recess for 15 minutes. back in. Thank you for that little recess, members of staff and public and committee. I'll turn it over to Madam CAO.
Thank you, Chairman Trombetta. I'll ask Caitlin Repos to review the items that council has presented to us and what the financial impact of them is.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I will now give an itemized review. So the first being the Canada Day Recreation Program budget being reduced by $11,000. And these are the impacts to the levy. The second being a reduction in the fire reserve transfer due to deferring the Station 2 SBCA cylinder compressor and filling station to the 2025 year. That impact to the levy is a reduction of $15,000. The third being the removal of the parking lot capital project, which results in a reduction of the facility reserve transfer by $40,000. So this reserve transfer was originally $55,000 in the 2024 budget, and we brought it down to $15,000. Another change made was to reflect the community coordinator new position to being a temporary role. This has resulted in a levy reduction of $6,200. And lastly, if we change the community coordinator position to a 0.5 FTE position rather than a 0.71 FTE role, assuming it is still made a temporary position, a further reduction to the levy would be $16,565. So the total reduction to the levy as a result of all the items I just noted would be $88,765. So just to summarize, the original tax levy impact, so the increase over 2023 that was presented tonight, earlier tonight, was 7.91%. As a result of these levy impact reductions, we have brought it down to 6.93% over 2023 before growth. After growth, the township increase over 2023 after growth would be 6.57%.
Madam CAO.
Thank you, Caitlin. I just believe the Director of Public Works just has something to mention regarding the Canada Day event for council's information.
Director DePaula.
Okay, so the discussion about fireworks, just want the committee to know that staff applied for a Celebrate Canada grant. We do that every year. And the way that grant works is we applied before Christmas for it. We haven't heard back yet. So we lay out what our expenses are for the Canada Day event, and it basically totals around $40,000, which includes, fireworks, right? And then the application gets reviewed, and if we're successful, we get a $10,000 grant. It's capped at $10,000. So if we take out the fireworks, we'll probably have to reach out to Celebrate Canada grant and the administrators of that grant just to let them know that we're removing the fireworks from our application and see what the impact of that would be.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Okay, I'm going to start to my left, and if any comments on this.
That's the left.
Yep. Go ahead, Councillor Bell. Microphone.
So, I'm so excited. You're taking the fireworks out of Fireworks Day. So, what kind of fireworks are we having?
Okay, good
I'm
point.
just asking. I mean, hey, I'm only one resident.
Yep.
I can't imagine what the rest will have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Really? We consider that.
Councillor Bradrick?
I guess my question is, through you, Chair, to the Director, would there be about that Canada Day grant, would there be a possible risk to us losing it altogether, or what would your opinion be on that?
Yeah, that's why I bring it forward. I don't know what would happen, but yeah, there's always a risk that we wouldn't receive that $10,000 grant.
A second question to you, Director, through you, Chair, is that $10,000, has it been something we've been successful in the last few years?
Through the chair, yes, we have been successful the last few years with that grant.
So I would suggest that we leave it alone to my fellow colleagues around this horseshoe. That's all.
Okay, Madam Mayor?
So I was going to ask that same question. So we would try to save 11,000, but perhaps lose 10 and have people upset with our event. I'm not sure that that's perhaps the way we want to go.
Yeah.
Although I certainly appreciate the fact that we're bringing the percentage down. I would agree that that's probably not the best place to do it. We found other little pieces of money here and there. Maybe we can replace that 10,000 with something else, but yeah, that's pretty risky to change a grant. They're just as easy to toss the grant application. That's generally what happens if you're not looking at all avenues for that. So, thank you.
Councilor Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll start by, I don't know, is there communication going on here? I need to wait. Are we good? Okay. So, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's great information to hear, actually. I guess, it would have been nice to have known that a little bit sooner, too. However, looking at the risk it poses to the grant and knowing that we have a successful rate with this grant, it kind of almost seems like it's a moot point at this point to worry about pulling that out if it's going to either jeopardize the grant that would have covered it anyways. It feels like it's not going to be productive. I guess to you, Mr. Chair, just back to our CEO, I just wanted to confirm, I realize we gave you a list of items to come back to us with. This does not include, if I understand correctly, the pausing or the deferring of Vaughan Road, does it?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, no, it does not.
Okay, so that, I think, I don't have it in front of me right now, but that other $70,000 in theory could go on, if we knock the 11,000 off, puts it at, what, 77 something, plus the 70s, 140 is what we'd be sitting at right now, which is almost 1.5%, not quite, but somewhere around there is what we'd be looking. So we'd be going down from, I'm throwing numbers around here, but just above 6% if we were to include that as part of the original presentation. So I think if, I'd be fine with removing the 11K as it's going to potentially jeopardizes the grant process, and I don't think that's something we want to roll the dice with. And if it's going to cancel itself out anyways with what we would have received, we're not really saving anything, or we don't get it entirely, and we're even more short-ended. And then lastly, if I could, at the appropriate time, I'll put the pausing of Vaughan Road on the table there just to ensure that we bring it down just that notch more.
Madam CAO?
Thank you, Chairman Trombetta. Just to Councilor Riley's suggestion regarding Vaughan Road, I would suggest to council that if they were to defer it, that project for 1 year, consideration should be made to perhaps funding half of it this year and funding it half of it next year, so $35,000 this year, $35,000 next year. Just because 2025 is not going to be a better year, I don't anticipate assessment growth. And there's other things that are going to be in the base budget, so that's something that council could consider. It would reduce the levy this year, and it would not increase the levy as much next year if you defer the whole funding of it to next year.
You still have the floor, Councilor.
Oh, do I? I'm good at this point. We'll wait and see. We'll have to, I feel like when we get further down this rabbit hole, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that.
Councilor Chichuk, do you?
I have a question before I'll put my comments forward, and that is that cancel Canada Day celebrations, $43,810. If we were getting a grant, there was nothing in there about the fact that we were getting a grant. Was that the entire cost, or we just left it at the total cost and will reduce it once we get the grant? So my point is, I'm looking at a cost that is a levy, because it says it's impact to the levy, but it isn't, because we could possibly get $10,000. That should be 33, not 43. That's how we got down this bit of a rabbit hole.
Madam CAO?
Yeah, through you, Chairman Trombetta, the grant is not included in the base budget because at the time of compiling this budget, there's no guarantee we're going to get that grant. So that $43,000 does not include a grant.
Thank you. it would be good to point those kinds of things out to us. But I was wondering if wording such as that the cost to the town for Canada Day be no more than $34,000, and that says it's 44, but you can't spend all that if we don't get the grant, or whatever. If we get the grant, we can spend the 43. It's just in the wording of the application that we're looking for. So ultimately, we're looking at the cost of Canada Day not be more than, hang on a second, $33,000 or $34,000. So if we don't get the grant, we don't want the fireworks. If we do get the grant, we don't want to spend more than $34,000. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that, to a grant application, doesn't say that we won't, that we've cut the cost. That's one thing I would ask. And the second thing would be, I worry about Vaughan Road. I drove it, and if anyone looks at my car, I did it tonight. Other than the suspension might be a little off. It's the maintenance to keep that road going for another year may be a fool's paradise. And if we don't do it, we may, what do they call it? The road will fail. And I'm not asking Mr. DiPaolo to tell us that tonight because he might have to do some testing. But if that road fails, we're not looking at $70,000. We're looking at a heck of a lot more because they have to go back and rebuild the bed, if I'm understanding what engineers talk, right? Mr. DiPaolo only gave me 2 lessons. I think that
Yes.
comes in lesson 3.
Just a second, I can add, Councillor Chichuk. Councillor, to the director, Vaughan Road is unslated, and what's the road right after to keep the program going?
Next term.
Next term, next year.
Through the chair, what we, in the latest version of the 10-year forecast, the next roads would be, oh boy, my eyes, concession 2, and it's scheduled for 2027.
So
Concession two.
so if the road,
No, concession, sorry.
I thought it was as well.
Yeah, concession 2, from Caser Center to Abington.
Oh, the Bills won that one till 2040.
Okay. So if this does get, just for curiosity's sake, because Councillor Riley brought this up, if this does get delayed, concession 2 will
Bump into
not
it.
bump into, will be pushed off the deep end as well, because it won't get it done as well, right?
It's not scheduled to 2027 at this point.
Okay.
It doesn't impact the following.
Just curious what the
There's also $1
timeframes were.
million for Abington, there's 2 that year,
Yeah,
Mr.
there's-
Chair. Abington Road to Westbrook is $1 million, and Caster
Abington
Center.
doesn't go the same way as Westbrook.
I know, I'm just saying, there's 2 roads.
Yeah, it's all of concession 2, from Caser Center to Westbrook, is scheduled for 2027.
I can read it. And those are both in Ward.
So I will turn it over, if you're, to the,
I just want to make sure that we're talking about, I asked the question and asked about maintenance for Vaughan Road. If it is close to failing, we're in trouble. If it's going to take the kind of maintenance that the potholes I drove through today are going to have, how many times a week do you go down and grade it, and how much more loose gravel do you throw down before you eat up the $70,000?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that now, but you raised some very good points, yeah.
I'm just trying to say that we don't get a freebie if we postpone a road that it was supposed to be done last year, but really was supposed to be done 3 years ago, and we got it to last year. So, I think your grant application, I understand what you're saying. I just needed to clarify whether that was net or gross. And secondly, the cost to the town can't exceed $34,000. If I put a grant together like that, it's only ever going to cost us $34,000. Yes, fireworks, no fireworks.
Councillor Rayner,
Thank you. Through to
your microphone. There you go.
Through the acting CAO. With regards to Vaughan Road, you mentioned it would be a 35-35 split is what you recommend, so we would only save 35 and on 90,800, so it's about 0.3% is all it would affect the budget for then tonight? Is that correct?
Through you, Chairman Trebetta, to Councillor Rayner, I would recommend that if council were to defer Vaughan Road by 1 year, You could reduce the budget by the full 70,000, that's up to council. However, given what I know about 2025, you may want to consider increasing 35 this year and increasing 35 next year, just to soften the impact in 2025.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Donna, so that means that it's around 0.3% is all it would mean for this year then to be reduced, correct? If we did the 35-35 split roughly. I don't have a calculator with me, but it's roughly 30 to 90.
Yeah, through you, Chairman Trombetta to Councillor Rayner, I am sure you are correct.
No meat on the bone, you're right.
Correct. Now, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Director of Public Works, with regards to that Vaughan Road situation, what do you feel the stability of the road is for the next year? Is it going to be very expensive, as Councilor Chichok mentioned, to maintain it in a decent shape? Or is it like the rest of our mud roads out there that they get beat up all the same because they all get worked on, so that it's no different than another road that you'd be working on?
Through the chair to Councilor Rayner, it'd just be another year of us doing our regular maintenance on it.
There's nothing that would really collapse on it that would.
I don't think anything's going to collapse, but what could potentially happen with the freeze-thaw cycles that we had and the mild winters that we had, there could be some more like base repairs that are required, and it's hard to quantify, would those base repairs be needed if we did it this year? Maybe not, but there could be, let's say we had to do 10% of base repairs this year on the road. Yeah, that number of base repairs, which are pretty costly, could go up a bit to 15%. It's hard to say. There's no real way to really determine that unless you undertake some, in-depth destructive testing and boreholes and all that stuff. What was the other thing to say? But the other point to it is, we started doing it last year, Vaughan Road, and the intentions were to finish it this year. Just so
Mr. Chair,
everybody's aware of that.
through to the Director, the reason I bring that up is because we have Caister Concession 2 and Caister Center, which east of 14 Road, that was done a while ago, and there is a section where it joins onto Church that the tar and chip was removed. And it is, as you drive this nice tar and chip road, all of a sudden you're into gravel. And it's been like that for the longest time now. And nothing has been addressed, nothing has been talked about repairing it. It seems rather strange. You've got a beautiful road, but then you've got a half a kilometer or something that all of a sudden you're into gravel and then you're out of it again. It's right at the intersection there at Church Street. So this is something we've done, and we haven't even addressed it yet. So we've got a scenario out there, and it hasn't been a major deal, but still it would be nice if it was done. So I'm just wondering,
Yes.
And the other thing, if I can ask at the same time, there is nothing on the books then for 2026 with regards to roads. It's only 2027 that starts with concession 2. And then the last item to add on to that was the interim CAO mentioned that they've changed the rules, and I didn't know that till tonight, that we're only going to pick one road in every term, if I'm not mistaken, that may be the direction, which means it's 2027 going to be out, or that's for the next term to worry about, I guess, anyways, right?
So let's start with concession 2. Concession 2, that is the section of concession 2 where you're right, we tarred and chipped it, but it's also the same project that Councillor Bradrick referred to earlier. That's where we have a slope stability issue. And what we learned was when we tarred and chipped that road, the instability of the slope made that pavement very dangerous. It didn't meet our minimum maintenance standards, and it was causing real issues out there. Very hard for us to maintain when our hardtop pavement is starting to slip. So we decided to revert back to a granular treatment through that section, and that's one reason why we're able to postpone the slope stability on that section of road, because it's easier for us to maintain a gravel road when there's some slope movement. So that's that point. you were correct, whatever that second point was.
Well, no, the 2026, there was nothing in the budget.
Yeah, that's correct. The next, 2025, there's nothing in the budget. 2026, there's nothing in the budget. 2027 is when we're starting back with the hard topping.
So we could slip Vaughn 1 year, and it would still fit into a gap where there was nothing being done that year, correct?
Okay.
That's correct, yeah.
Counselor, the CAO just wants to weigh in.
And I just want to make one comment for public record. 2025, there's planned $2,576,000 of road work in the budget. So I don't want the public to think there's nothing being done to our roads. There is. However, we will not be hard topping any gravel roads in 2025 based on the 10-year capital plan, but we will be spending approximately $2.6 million on our roads.
Correct. So may I, Mr. Chair, go
Okay,
back to the
but just-
director?
Okay, but just because I'm losing track, you're doing 3 questions in one, just one, if you can just get him to, because then he lost track there too. Just, if you can, just one question and then get the answer, another question, get the answer, and then we can move on. But you're lumping 3 in.
Correct. So we'll go back to where we did with regards to that stabilization on concession 2. Is that going to be addressed down the road? Is that the plan? And how much is that going to cost?
Yes, that is the plan.
And when is that going to be on the budget? Sorry, but that's.
It's included in the 10-year forecast. So it's project, if I could find it, it's project. It is identified in the 10-year forecast. It was something we referred to earlier. It was originally in for 2025, but when Donna mentioned earlier that when we did our initial take on the capital budget, it was up at 14%. That was a project where we deferred to later on in the forecast. Yeah. Yeah, it got moved to 2028 from 2025. So we have plans to do it.
One at a time, if I can, through the director. So then, with regards to Vaughan Road, there is nothing slated to resurface a mud road next year. Is that
Correct.
correct?
That's correct.
So therefore, we could defer that over to that because we're not conflicting with another project that would double the cost next year because there's nothing on there with regards to that, other than maintenance, which Donna mentioned, to keep the roads that we have up to snuff.
That's correct, but now I go back to Donna's point that we already have $2.5 million slated for 2025. So now you're adding 700,000. So it's all about budget pressures. That's why Donna is suggesting kind of splitting it up. We already have $2.5 million planned for 2025, and you want to defer a project and put more pressure on that, right?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Microphone. Councilor Riley?
All right, thank you. I'm just going to stay on that beat there. So my question through you, Mr. Chair, to our Director of Public Works. We've heard some concerns about, the road could fail tomorrow, and obviously you don't have a crystal ball. You can't tell us what the future is going to hold. Do you have available on you the score? Guys use a scoring method to determine which roads are going to be next, roughly the condition they are. Do you know what the score is of that road is?
Which road? Vaughan Road?
Vaughan Road, sorry, yes, to
Yeah.
be clear, Vaughan Road.
Well,
Concession.
I don't have the pavement condition index.
Correct.
I don't have the pavement index with me at the current time. But gravel roads, the PCIs change like monthly.
Okay.
Okay? It's not like a hard top road. So when we put together a plan to start hard topping gravel roads, it was kind of a different assessment. It wasn't based on PCI. Because you could imagine, right, if I could go out and inspect a gravel road today after it's graded, it'd be 100.
Yes.
But then after a couple freeze-thaw cycles and no maintenance, it could drop down to a 40 like that, very poor condition. So you can't really apply PCI to a gravel road.
No, perfect. Yeah, so I was just trying to get clarity and a better understanding of the condition there, because we
I
have
think it
several
wasn't the
roads.
top 5 when we got that index back. It wasn't
Yeah.
our top 5 of worst roads in the municipality.
Correct, and we have several other roads that are almost just as bad, if not as bad, or possibly worse, that we aren't addressing. So as far as the concern of, what can happen, what can't happen, I'm certainly open to the idea of doing the transitional approach. I think as we look at future budgets and what it looks like, I don't think deferring is always the best method. I think if we can a bit more of a slow burn than anything else, so if maybe the 35 and 35 is the appropriate approach to ensure that we have some money there, but we're also saving a little bit of money now just to ensure that it gets done next year and it's a little less impactive on that budget. But yeah, so I would still be supportive of kind of putting the road on that trajectory, maybe just with some kind of contribution this year, so that way it ensures that it's done in 2025 there.
Could you just write that down, Mr. Clerk? Yeah. Okay, I got the mayor.
So,
Sorry.
you're gonna go around and then we'll put the motions?
Well, no, he's adding it in there like like I told you at the beginning, and then we'll read it out. what's
Perfect.
taken out.
No, that's
So, we're, of course, I wouldn't have it any other way, Counselor. It's not my first rodeo. Justin. Madam Mayor.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually feel really badly about this road because this is what happened last year. You know, it was our intent to try to get the entire road done. We told those residents, well, we have budget constraints and now we can't do that. And we cut out that section. So we have residents living on a section of road between a gravel road and a gravel road, and we have this mess in the middle, which I have traveled many times, obviously not as recently as Councillor Chichok, but it's a horrible road. It really is. And even if you go down it freshly graded, that doesn't make it 100% by any chance. It is a poor road all of the time. And it's not going to, it's in this budget now, it's buried there. The savings, I think Councillor Rayner was trying to pull out, are minimal. Even if we put this over this year and next year, it puts pressure on next year. And those people have to wait another full year after we promised last year that they would be top of the list for this year and that we would be sure to get to that road. So I don't know how council will vote on this, but I certainly am not going to support putting them off another year. I don't think it's fair to those residents. I think that they've waited patiently. I get complaints all the time. I've had photos of the shape of that road in the last little while with all of the rain and the it hasn't even been a freeze-thaw. It's been a thaw, rain cycle. And that road has been a horrendous mess. And I just feel that, that we have committed to doing that road, and we're letting our residents down if we let it go. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Broderick, then I got Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Director DiPaolo. I had a question in regards to any cost savings that have happened this year so far, from January till now, in regards to our, I guess, overtime costs because of the small amount of snow, and perhaps any cost savings that we could look at funneling into this possible budget, and your comments on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, at the end of the day, yeah, if we have a mild winter and there's not a lot of snow, we probably save on overtime manpower to plow our roads and maybe on some material, sand and salt. But let's stick on the topic of gravel roads. Like 30% of our network is gravel roads, and when we have a real winter where everything's just frozen, we would only go out periodically to ice blade the gravel roads or plow the gravel roads. But what we're noticing is we're out there like regularly because of all the rain and the freeze thaw, and we're grading a gravel road. So it's a lot more effort to plow a gravel road than to grade a gravel road in the wintertime. So will there be savings? I wouldn't count on that.
Councillor.
I live on one of those gravel roads, and certainly can appreciate the potholes that pop up in a winter like this. I was just thinking about the years where we have those 5, 6, big snowstorms between January and now, and perhaps, that overtime piece that gets, added into the costs. That may not be something that that overtime piece might not really be happening with the grading, but certainly I bow down to your expertise and would assume that if that cost savings does happen, we'll hear about it, towards the end of the year, and that may end up to be a surplus that we will see. I had a really another great thing I was going to say. Oh, I know. It was about the Vaughan Road. So just wanted to chime in on that conversation. Certainly do echo Mayor Ganan's comments in regards to that section of Ward 2 that has been waiting very patiently, not just last year or so, but going back into the previous term of council where it was shelved for a period of time. So I think that, that part of our community has waited very long, and it is a very minor, cost savings. And we could separate some of these other projects out too, if we were really looking to cost save. The Murgatroyd Trail, for example, is that something that we could break down a little this year, a little next year? I'm not sure if we really want to do those things. So just wanted to put my voice to that Vaughan Road project.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you, Councillor Broderick. Councillor Bell?
Just to touch on the mayor's project, they waited last year to get the road done. They were told it would get done this year, and the season has just begun. And personally, she should put it out there, get the road done right away.
Okay.
You move your lists around when you're not done this year, you go to the top of the list next year. There's no reason to wait, so, she's been patient for her residents and get them done.
Yep.
So.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Do I have a few comments for this? Yeah, it's hard to, when we campaign on, roads, I know since I got into council, I think I'm, since I've been on council, we are one of the councils that made the most progress converting gravel roads to tar and chip roads, right? So, a lot of my residents do thank us for being that council that was passionate on roads, and we brought that back to this council to try to keep it that way. I'd like to see it still that way. That was something that I campaigned on, and how do I say to residents after as well? I understand budget restraints, but then, it delays my ward as well. And if I want to keep that going that I campaigned on, it's kind of contradictory to what I said, so it's kind of tough for me. But, again, that was just my comments on how I felt, but again, we have to, everything's tougher these days. The other question I had, and it's through Mr. Director Treble, we had no growth this year. We projected, maybe I missed the answer, do we have any projected growth next year that's gonna, are we gonna, I know you said about 200 or something, but are we projected that in 2025 or 2026, nothing?
Hopefully, we will have building starts maybe even later this year and into 2025. But Donna needs occupancies for assessment growth, as I understand it, and that's after the house is built and sold and all of that. So it's even further out than you might anticipate. So I think you'd be safer safer making the assumption that 2025 is going to be another tough budget year, and then hopefully looking up after that.
Okay, so we're going to be pretty much in the same situation we are next year, and hopefully 2026 there's a brighter future ahead of us. Well, it's good to know. Everybody's putting their heads down. Sorry to make it easier for everybody, but I just have to ask that question, right? It's a reality. There's no way of really, what can we really, we have kind of shaken the tree a bit to try to see what leaves can kind of fall and what can save us here, but it's not really, it's just growth, and we all know it. We're not getting any money in, and that's a problem. But, the message needs to be clear to the public that this is, as a council, we're trying our best to save the municipality as much money. And when the papers read this, they kind of say, it's, well, no, you can't always believe everything in the papers. There was pictures in the paper from the summer that I didn't believe either. But you were a part of the paper, and so was members of council. I wasn't there. And they said we're ready for an amalgamation. Is that supposed to be true what the paper said too? No. So you can't always believe everything we're in the papers. So, that's an incorrect number, and we all know that's an incorrect number. So, wow, in a perfect world, right? So, again, I think the messaging needs to get out to the public that we as a council are trying our best. This is not a year that we projected, and hopefully not everybody's going to understand. It's going to be tough, and we're going to have to take a lot of pain, I guess, from, members of the community because it's a tough budget. But we have to understand that we had no growth and we're not getting any money in, and that's the problem. So where do we go next? Go to Justin.
Please bear with me because I did lose internet connection briefly, so I had to rewrite these motions while you guys were talking. I think I got a firm handle on it, so it's okay. So we're just going to start. So if I can actually get clarification, so Councillor Chichok, this is actually going to end up being a referral motion, if you're all right with that, just because we are not approving, obviously, the base, but we're going to be coming back to council with the firm numbers.
I need to understand that. I thought that we were taking the base number, the numbers that came to council tonight, and we were making adjustments down the road. 11, 15, 40, 62, 16. I mean, if we're not doing that and we're coming back to council to approve this, is that what I'm hearing? I didn't realize this was a referral motion.
Well, I think the actual exact figures is what she wanted to come back and bring to council. Like this is 99.9%, but she wanted to.
I understand, and this is her last budget here at the township because she's either going to be our CIO for the rest of her life or she's not going back. I don't know. Is she going to go back and be the treasurer?
I don't know. She doesn't know. Maybe know something I don't know.
I don't know, but
know.
are we going to have her? So, all right, we want it to be right.
Can I get Madam CEO to just add to Mr. Clerk here?
Through you, Chairman Trombetta, to Councillor Chichok. The numbers we presented, the numbers that Caitlin calculated, we anticipate that once we run it through our actual software, there'll be some rounding. So I think it's best if we present in the resolution the adjustments that council is approving this evening, and then all those adjustments will be incorporated for the final budget that's presented to council on Monday night. And because right now I think we're close to a 1%, almost 1%, we could go back just to see if we could actually make it 1%, just for ease, and you can say you reduce the levy by 1%.
And it's always, like you understand, Councillor, it's always stamped with approval on council, right? So,
Mr. Chair, the only thing I want to do is, tonight we worked hard to squeak through and we didn't get to 1%. Staff have worked for months to get us to where we were when we came in here tonight. So whatever happens, and if as correct as it is, or as correct as it will be next week, miracles didn't happen. And that's the big thing we have to be able to all say together about this budget. It was, our staff told us that right from the very start. It's a behemoth that we have to overcome, and we're where we can be. That's as much as we can expect. So if we want to come back next week, the referral motion, it overtakes anything else. So if
well,
we're going to...
it is and it isn't. We are approving it tonight, but they're just coming back for us to pretty much stamp approval on council.
So if we're going to go through the things that we want added, and we're going to refer that just for calculation's sake,
yes,
I don't have a problem. I just didn't want to go with the referral and stop discussion.
Maybe the terminology is little, yes, like this is just for, so again, it'd be no different than any other motion that we put at any committee meeting. The only difference is that she just had to get the only difference would be the actual number there, but everything else will be the same, Councillor. So I think at this point we can refer to the clerk and just, he can read it out for us unless somebody wants to add something else. Go ahead, Councillor.
Mr. Chair, I guess through you. So I would ask that maybe with the reduction in the Canada Day celebrations, could we maybe just focus on the dollar figure and less about what specifically to use, because I feel like in the event that we get a really good deal with some of the other entertainment or bands, there might be some wiggle room, and I feel like if we say absolutely no fireworks, then that kind of tells them they can't even entertain it. So I would like to see less emphasis on the fireworks portion and more focus on the dollar amount that's being allocated for the whole event, and I'm seeing our CEO nod in agreement with that, so if I could just, through you to our clerk, I want to make that adjustment there. I don't think we have to be specific to what that is. We'll just focus on the budget we're permitting the celebrations to kind of stay within, or whatever that needs to look like, that doesn't impact the grant application.
So the only thing, like I said, the only thing will be, the motion will be there, the only thing will be the number will be verified at.
The hard numbers
The
will
hard
come
number will be
at
verified
council.
at council. We could put the number in there now, but the hard one will be coming at council, that's it.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam CEO.
Through you, Chairman Trebetta, the final levy will be coming through council. Yeah,
Okay,
that's
sorry.
why we want to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry, Councillor Bell?
So we're definitely dropping the fireworks.
That is not at all what I said. I made it very clear. I said that we're focusing primarily on the budget portion and not specifically to the item that is to be addressed. So it just gives staff a little bit more flexibility to work with.
Don't get excited, just ask them.
Okay, no, I'm just making sure you
Just
understood.
wanted to be sure.
Yeah. Thanks,
Okay.
Councillor. Just your microphone, Councillor, for the WeStream guys. Okay, so I'm going to refer to the clerk right this moment. He can read it out. So again, I'll go around the table looking for nods, I guess.
And Caitlin, I think, has the total list of things, so if I'm missing one from what your calculations, please shout it out. So that the operating and capital budget found in recommendation report T-04-2024 regarding the 2024 operating and capital budget update be amended by the following items. A, that the Canada Day Celebration Fund not exceed more than $34,000.
Nods? Levy? Nods there, councillors? Joyce, go ahead.
So that the Canada Day Celebration Fund not exceed more than $34,000. That's what so the way I
That
had.
the levy portion of the Canada Day celebrations not exceed $34,000. That doesn't mean you can't go into a reserve, it doesn't mean that you can't get a grant, it doesn't mean anything else.
Yep.
It's just simply levy can't go more than 34.
So I needed some nodded heads for.
That's fine.
Is that
Okay.
fine, members of committee? Okay, that's good. Next.
That the proposed cylinder compressor / water filling tank item be deferred until 2025.
Councillors? Yep, that's fine, yeah. Thank you, Joseph.
That the events coordinator position be altered from a full-time position to a temporary position.
Members of committee? Yep.
That's the next portion to amend that one. So that the events coordinator position shift from, you're going to have to change my wording here, Caitlin, so I just have 0.71 to 0.50. What is the nomenclature around the front of that? Would that be temporary full-time employee or part-time employee? Temporary.
That's correct. So yeah, 0.71 FTE
FTE.
to a 0.5 FTE position.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, next,
that,
Justin. Nods for that one? Sorry, I didn't get any nods. Okay, thank you. Part-time, yeah.
That the parking lot rehabilitation project be removed from the budget completely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That the project to Hardtop Vaughan Road be deferred to 2025 from 2024, and that the payback to the capital reserve be reduced to 35,000 from the 70,000.
So, pull that out. No.
Completely pull it out.
Complete. We just, no, we don't need a rebuttal, just yay or nay. So that's, I'm getting a nay for that.
And that was the last item I had.
Okay.
So, Caitlin, that's
So,
everything.
members of committee?
And then,
Sorry, go ahead, Justin.
Then the final suggestion will be that this item be referred back to staff to come back with the amended final budget report to the council meeting held on February 26th, 2024.
Okay. Yes, CAO says yes. And I need a move, yes.
I had moved by
Yeah,
Councilor
Councilor
Chichok, and I did have in here moved by, seconded by Mayor Ganan.
Mayor Ganano, okay. Are you okay with that? Members of committee, are you okay with that? You can open that up for voting. I don't think there's any more comments or questions. That's in front of you, members of committee.
This is just the amendment.
This is just the, referral motion, this is the amending referral motion.
Yeah.
He's locked in.
You gotta press the, you gotta keep it. Okay. Okay, perfect. And that carries. Thank you, members of committee, for that debate and those conversations. Went well, thank you. We're not finished yet.
I know.
Oh, I did. Thank you for noticing. Okay. Anyway, okay, thank you, staff, for answering the questions for committee, and Madam CEO, Mr. Clerk, thank you very much. Okay. Moving on to other business. Item 0A06-24, members of committee, any verbal updates from members of boards and committees? So this is the time where anybody that sits on boards that wants to make a comment that they're on. So if anybody has a ring a bell on any boards they sit on that they want to talk about as of late, either heritage, age-friendly, hydro, anything that anybody wants to discuss? Okay, no. Tried, chamber, these are all those boards. I have nothing. Mine was in December, I mentioned it. So, and then moving on to item A07-24, members of council, other business items of an informative nature. Start to my left. Madam Mayor.
Just quickly, the last meeting, we talked about the coldest night of the year walk, but we did not talk about, also our bowling team is representing West Lincoln. Next week, it would be the day after our meeting, but that would be too late for you to come with money in your pocket if you're wanting to sponsor our team. Bowling for kids' sake is why we're bowling. So.
Excellent. Okay. Well, speaking that there's no other business of an informative nature, I would like to adjourn this meeting at 10:36 p.m. Thank you.